Thank you so much, Heather, for joining. Heather is joining us here, as Meg said, from Floreo, which is the first behavioral therapy metaverse that uses VR technology to equip learners with social and communication skills they need to thrive in any situation. In this talk, we are going to talk about how technology works and how it can help neurodivergent professionals adapt to the demands of the modern workplace. Welcome, Heather. We're so happy that you're here.
Thank you, Noelle. I'm really glad to be here.
So once upon a time, you worked here at Power to Fly on our editorial team, and we are so glad to have you back. We're so glad to have you back, learning about what you're doing now and supporting folks who are autistic with VR technology. Can you give us a bit of a rundown here of what Floreo does?
Yeah, absolutely. And I'll just point out that I actually have a connection to Power to Fly because back in 2014, when I first learned about you guys, you were doing direct placements to companies. So you actually placed me at a company, a startup called Trove, which was a social news company. And because of that job, I have my job today. So I'll always be grateful to all of the wonderful people at Power to Fly for that opportunity because it has really made a difference in my career so far. So thank you again. And moving on to Floreo, as you said, we are building the first behavioral therapy metaverse, and we are developing clinically designed virtual reality content. We have various partnerships as far as research that we're doing to prove the efficacy of our content and the lessons that we're providing. And we have other partnerships outside to develop different content related to working on different skills that can be helpful to equip people with the skills and the tools that they can then apply in their day-to-day lives.
Excellent. So can you explain to us, why is a VR approach effective with assisting folks who are neurodivergent to help them thrive in their workplace?
Well, VR is a really flexible medium. So there are things that you're able to practice in VR that are not easy to replicate in real life. As an example that has nothing to do with the workforce, let's talk about crossing the road. If you needed to practice crossing the road, you could go out there and practice crossing the road. But if there's a car that doesn't stop, there are potential for serious injuries or other things that could go wrong. But in VR, we can practice skills like that because we can replicate them. We can add or take away different audio or visual cues. And for workforce practice and training and things like complex interactions with peers or coworkers, we can provide that medium to practice those different skills in a way that is a safe and repeatable environment that someone can work on those particular set of skills.
Excellent. So in a typical Floreo user experience, in terms of the type of skills that users can learn, what does it look like typically, how a typical lesson is structured?
So we use mobile VR technology today. We have a simple VR headset. Any Google Cardboard compatible headset will work with Floreo, along with an iPhone. Together, those make up the learner's immersive experience. That's how they see and interact with the different Floreo lessons. And then something that makes us different from other VR experiences is that we also stream the lesson in real time directly to the coach's device, which is an iPad. And the coach could be a therapist, it could be an educator, it could be a peer, it can be a mentor, and that coach provides guidance and information along the way as the learner is experiencing Floreo. And as far as the types of skills that we're working on within Floreo today, things like executive functioning skills, focusing, responding to auditory information, emotional regulation. Those are all skills that are in Floreo today. We're also working on more employment-related skills as part of our partnership with the state of Tennessee Department of Intellectual and Developmental Disabilities. And those lessons will include lessons like time management and multitasking, teamwork, and collaboration with coworkers. So our lesson library really runs the gamut from some interactions that are a little bit more simple to very complex interactions as well. So We're always working on creating more content and reaching more people and helping develop more skills.
That's excellent. And I heard a little bit here of how this technology can work here in the workforce, but could you go in a little bit more depth here and how it can help neurodivergent professionals thrive?
Absolutely. So when I was describing how Floreo works earlier, so things like being able to practice something over and over, that can be something that's really useful to someone who needs to work at a particular skill. If you're practicing something in the real world, sometimes you get one opportunity per day to practice that, but in VR, you can repeat that as much as needed. And you're also doing that in a place of privacy, either your own home or in an office somewhere where you can maintain your dignity. No one from the prying public eye is out there watching you as you are working on these particular skills. And because of the immersive nature of Floreo, and the way that we've developed our clinically designed lessons, it really is a powerful tool to help teach and to practice these skills that you're able to work on within Floreo.
Great, excellent. So what has been some of the feedback that you have received so far from users? And let's actually spend a little bit of time on that. So how is it going since you're launching?
So we launched a little over 6 years ago, and we've had almost entirely positive feedback ever since. We're hearing from all the folks that are using Floreo today, and we're being used at home with families, in clinic settings, and also in schools. And so depending on the particular person who's implementing Floreo, we are being used to practice those transitional skills, moving from school to the workforce, or some more skills that are useful at home. But the overwhelming feedback that we've gotten over the past 6 years has been positive. So we're really excited to hear that we're making such a difference. We delivered over 17,000 lessons last year in 19 different countries, and we're hoping to blow past that particular stat this year too.
That's excellent. So I'm curious with the way that this is set up is, do we want to have more folks who do this at work? This is something that we want to see employers have something that like this that's available, or more that users are using this on their own at home?
I think both, because it can be a powerful tool in both settings. So it is something that folks could use on their own. We're looking into building more of a standalone experience. So instead of having the need for that coach using the iPad, the learner who's experiencing Floreo could kind of practice on their own without the need for that additional person to help coach through the process. So that's something that we're looking into, along with creating a version of Floreo that's accessible through the Meta Quest headset. So it would relieve the need to have the iPhone and headset combination. A lot of people have Quests these days. So that's something that we're also looking into building currently.
I love that you can even use it on the Google Cardboard, because it really does help with accessibility, because not everyone can afford to get those other products, but to see that you have it available on all different hardware is wonderful to see. So that's one, we love that. Another question here for you, is there any way that this can benefit people who are outside of the neurodivergent community?
Absolutely. We have lessons that, again, run the gamut from very simple lessons to things like joint attention related skills, theory of mind, to much more complex interactions. And it doesn't have to do with workforce training, but we have interactions with things like bullies and police officers. And those are experiences that can be helpful for neurotypical people as well. We also have a series of lessons designed to practice emotional regulation skills. And I don't know anyone that can't practice a little more mindfulness in their life. So there are definitely lessons that are applicable to anyone across the board, neurodiverse or neurotypical.
Wonderful. And with all the work that's been going on, what would you say is some of the biggest challenges with the initiative that you all are pushing forward?
I think we have the same challenges as many different startups. We're still really small. So getting the word out to the people that we can help make a difference for has been something that we're working really hard to do, but certainly as a still small startup that with a very small team, it can be an issue of manpower and making sure we're reaching the right people to get the word out to them.
Excellent. So you talked a little bit about emotional regulation skills and that this could be supportive in that. Can you give us an example of what this may look like in the moment, or how to handle a situation in the workplace that emotional regulation skill will support?
Absolutely. So within Floreo, we have a variety of different emotional regulation lessons that can practice some different skills. So things like deep breathing, working on calming and relaxing different parts of your body. So things, places where you might normally carry a lot of stress, like your shoulders or your neck, clenching your hands or your feet. Our lessons walk the learner through some steps to practice those skills, so then they can apply them in daily life later on to calm down if they need to. We also have lessons designed to walk the learner through guided meditations or guided focus to help with that mindfulness aspect. And we even have some yoga lessons to practice some postures within VR too. So there's a lot of emotional regulation to be had within Floreo. I personally really like the snowfall these days because I live in North Carolina and it's very, very hot. So sometimes you can find me laying on the floor looking up at the snowfall in VR and thinking cool thoughts. So even things like that can help a little bit with the day-to-day stress that we're all experiencing these days.
I love that. So can you talk to us a little bit about what it's like to use it as a user? So I love hearing that you're using it yourself. What can people expect as soon as they place it on? What is that experience like?
That's actually my favorite part. So I do a lot of our training with our customers to get them feeling comfortable and confident using Floreo. And my favorite part is always when they pair their two devices, they put that iPhone into the headset and then they put it on for the first time, because the reaction almost across the board is, wow. And it is truly like the best part of my day when I'm talking to someone and I get to see their reaction for the first time. I always feel like it's Christmas when our engineers are releasing new content that I get to try for the first time. I usually get a little sneak peek before it's released to the public. And I've got two little boys who are little Floreo beta testers. So they can practice being the coach for mom so I can experience it. And then I can also coach them too. So it's always exciting. There's always something new and interesting to look at or work on, which I think is one of the best parts of my job too.
Absolutely. And I see that there are some questions coming through in the chat. First one out here for you is from Olga, who said, "This is truly amazing. What a great tool. Is this a neurodiverse tool developed with adults only in mind, or can this also be used for children?" So I heard you say that your kids are being a beta tester. Are we seeing this being used a lot in schools?
Yeah, absolutely. So we feel that our content is approachable for learners of all ages. Certainly there will be lessons that are more applicable to older learners or younger learners. We released some lessons regarding using public transportation. Obviously, I'm not sure I would let my 7-year-old son take a bus alone these days, but those lessons would be more applicable to someone a little older than him. So we do have lessons that are applicable to children. We have a large series of school-based lessons where we're practicing different interactions in pro-social schools in a school setting. So long answer to a short question, yes, Floreo is applicable to learners of all ages.
Love that. When we take a look at the ways that companies develop, I love to hear the backstory of how this all came to be. So was this always developed with certain disabilities in mind, or was the original intention for a wider audience, and then it was a light bulb moment of, oh, this is going to be great for these folks?
So we were founded with autism in mind. Actually, the inspiration for Floreo comes from our founder's son. It was his first experience with VR that sparked the idea for Floreo. He does have autism, and they were using a VR headset at home, kind of just noodling around, and thought that he might be interested in trying on the headset and looking around. He's really into maps. So when Google Maps came out with a VR application, that was something that they felt might be applicable and approachable to their son. And it turned out that he really loved it. And they started to see him reach some milestones that he hadn't previously reached. So things like practicing some pretend play and some executive functioning skills for planning for the next time he was able to use VR. And it really sparked the idea that VR could be a powerful tool for teaching and practicing these important skills. So really, it was a family interaction that sparked the idea to become where we are today.
That's wonderful. So we talked a little bit about the content, and I'm curious on how that content gets pulled together. So how are you pulling what is necessary? How are things being brought together to make that content work?
So we really take customer suggestions to heart. Almost 90% of the lessons in our lesson library today, and there are almost 200 of them, are based on customer suggestions. And we've actually started building custom content for customers who are interested in that. That's how we came about with this partnership with the State of Tennessee Department of Intellectual and Developmental Disabilities. And the content suggestions come from our customers. We have some clinical staff on staff. We have a speech language pathologist, a neurodevelopmental pediatrician. We have an autistic adult who also consults on content, along with various therapists and consultants, lots of people with letters after their last names who are also developing the content. From there, our engineers and our lead artists get their hands on it, and they animate it and build it into the actual working lessons, which are then placed into Floreo. So it's a huge collaboration across the team. We have a really talented group of folks who are working on and developing the lessons from start to finish. But for the most part, the suggestions are starting with our customers who are suggesting things that they would like to see, and then we kind of run with it from there.
And that makes sense with all the wonderful reviews that you've been getting as well. So you talked a little bit about one of your favorite pieces of content, but do you feel that there are any that are overlooked but could be really valuable and should be more popular in your opinion?
There's such a wide variety of content. It's like choosing a favorite child almost. I can't take away from the others, but I think some of the ones that are really powerful that potentially could get overlooked are things like the lessons that we've developed to practice gestural communication. For folks that are non-speaking or nonverbal, they may want to practice different gestures in order to communicate it a different way. And I think that those lessons can be really powerful. And we've created them in a fun way where we're interacting with some fun animals. So one of them, as an example, is inviting some giraffes to come closer to us. So we wave them over and ask them to stop using gestures. And this is a really powerful gesture if you think about it. So you're inviting someone to come closer to you and interact with you in your personal space, or you're asking them to stop if you don't want them in their personal space. And we make it fun because we're interacting with some animated giraffes, but that's a super powerful gesture that can be really applicable in other aspects of life as well.
Oh, I love that. That sounds really cool. And thinking about my son, who's also neurodivergent, and how he would really like that, but also me as a neurodivergent person, like that sounds like something that I would have a lot of fun with as well.
Well, we'll have to talk after this because I'd love to set you guys up with a Floreo subscription so that you could get a chance to actually experience it. So we'll connect after this too.
Absolutely, absolutely. And one of the things that we hear a lot, and I just came from my doctor's appointment for my son, and they were all talking about screen time being an issue. And she even said that for me, I need to be more conscious about screen time. So for those who have like some opposition to how much screen time that we're getting, whether for adults or for children, how do you address that with how Floreo comes in?
So our lessons are designed to be pretty short in length, and VR is the medium to practice the skills, but we want people to go out and practice these skills in real life. So practice them in VR, get to be really good at them in VR, but then go practice them in real life too. We want you to generalize those skills, and we want you to practice them in the real world too, because that's really where it matters. So our lessons are designed to be between usually about 5 and 10 minutes in length. So they are not, we wouldn't recommend that you use Floreo for hours per day. It is designed to be, a few lessons stacked on top of each other within a particular day or a particular session that you're using Floreo. So depending on the other amount of screen time you're getting throughout the day, it could be really easy to fit it into your routine or your schedule without overdoing the actual screen time itself.
Mm-hmm. So we talked a little bit about the content that's already there and that needs to get utilized, but what is some new content that you would love to see, or maybe that you've heard users saying that they would like to see?
So I'll give you a sneak peek of what we have coming out soon. So in addition to the workplace related skills that I talked about earlier, we are going to be releasing a lesson that builds off of a lesson that's already in Floreo. So there's a lesson already in Floreo called Join a Conversation. And the point of that lesson is to join a conversation that's already in progress, identify the topic, and then add a comment to show that you're listening. And across the board, month over month, this is always our most popular lesson. So we're building upon that lesson, we're expanding it. There will be longer conversations, and there will be some more features that aren't in the original. So that should make a lot of our customers really happy because they play that lesson a lot. And that expansive conversation, I think, will be really approachable and applicable to a lot of folks. In addition to that, we're also working on a lesson that introduces the learner to the idea of going to the doctor's office or the dentist's office, because that can sometimes be a place that can be a little bit overwhelming, especially if someone is feeling nervous about what might take place in those instances. So those are two lessons that we have coming up probably later this year as well.
So as you take a look at the future of Floreo, where do you see things going in the next few years? Where's the mission taking you all?
We're trying to reach as many people as possible. So earlier this year, we were very proud to have been recognized by the AMA to have the first CPT3 codes. And that means that there will be reimbursement available for using virtual reality assisted therapy. Those codes will be applicable starting in January. And we really feel like this is going to open up the door to even more people. We're also hoping to expand to other states as far as Medicaid services. Right now we're in 3 states, Wisconsin, Maryland, and New York. But all of the different states in the US have different Medicaid programs, and they are reaching a lot of individuals who need these services, but sometimes don't have access to them because there's a lot of wait times for different services that are available, if they're even available in a particular location. So for specifically rural locations, whether outside the US or inside the US, sometimes services aren't even available. So using VR, and because our technology is so approachable, using a affordable Google Cardboard compatible headset, an iPhone, which a lot of people already have, and an iPad itself, that will really help us to reach as many people as possible, especially those who are underserved, unfortunately.
Mm-hmm. Is there going to be, because I hear you say iPhones and iPads, is there going to be more availability on Androids in the future?
That's another thing that we're working on. The Android nut is a little bit harder to crack because there are so many different types of Android phones. There's not just one standard Android, but it is something that we know is really important, especially outside the US, because I find iPhones aren't quite as common in other countries as well. So it's definitely on our team's radar. Our engineers are starting to do some research into that as well. But I think the Meta Quest headset is going to come before Android, it looks like.
Okay, good to know. So I would love to see, where can our audience find out more about Floreo?
So our website is www.floreotech.com, FLOREOTECH.com. You can email us at info@floreotech.com. I will probably be the one who answers you if you do write into us, so I would love to hear from you. And if anyone has questions, I always tell people that no question is too small, so we love to hear your questions. Pepper us with questions, no matter what they are, and we'll be happy to help answer them and get you set up with Floreo if that's something you're interested in. And I hope you are, Noelle, because I want to get you set up.
Oh, I'm already on board. I'm so geeked up. I'm so stoked. How can other folks support the work that you're doing? So maybe they don't need it for themselves or and don't need it for their children either. How can they support what you're all doing?
So we have social presences on LinkedIn, Facebook, Twitter. If you have a friend or a family member who can benefit from Floreo, you can share our posts or share our presence with them. Autism and ADHD and anxiety affect so many people that I'm positive that you probably know someone, even if it's not within your own family, that could benefit from Floreo. So you can help us spread the word by sharing our social.
Great. And even folks who don't have diagnosed anxiety, like we can have these experiences of anxiety during periods of our life. So I can see how it can be beneficial for everyone. But for everybody watching, make sure that you take advantage of everything that they have to offer and share, because we love these initiatives and I love the mission of where you all are going. So I do want to thank you so much, Heather, for your time. Is there anything else that you want to share to our viewers who are interested in learning more?
No, I think we covered the basics here, but we'd love to chat more with anyone who is interested. And again, I just want to thank you for the invitation to participate. And it was wonderful to meet you. Thank you for all of the work that Power to Fly is doing. You guys are doing really important work, and it's really amazing to see. So thank you.
Thank you so much. And it's wonderful to be able to work with you again.
Absolutely. And we'll talk after this so we can get you connected.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you both. That was a really, really great conversation to get to sit in on and get to listen in the background. I'm very excited about this VR tech and how it can help people with neurodivergencies. So thank you so much, Heather, for joining us today. It's been really awesome. Now, as we get our next set of speakers onboarded and get them onto the stage with us, I just want to say hello and welcome to anyone who might just now be joining. My name is Meg Alexander. I'm part of Power to Fly's hosting team, and I'm going to be your moderator for Track A during today's virtual summit. Now, August's focus is on neurodivergences as well as invisible disabilities. So we're really, really excited to continue the amazing conversations that we've been having so far today. Now, a couple quick housekeeping items, especially important if maybe you haven't been with us for very long, or maybe it's been a while since you came to one of these virtual summits with us. So the biggest thing to know is that these events are entirely about you. They're about our community members. They're about making sure that you get the answers to the questions you want to know. So if you have questions or comments for our speaker during the next session, please feel free to share those in the chat. It's going to be on the right-hand side of the screen in front of you. Now, if you have any kind of tech issues or anything else that you need maybe different help with, please feel free to tag in my colleague Sanmaya or myself. You can also DM us in that space if you would like, and we will be happy to try and help you out. Now, if you are looking to earn SHRM credits, that's continuing education credits for the Society of Human Resource Managers, you're going to want to refer to the code that's at the top of the slide in front of you. Now, if you are not part of SHRM, you don't need to worry about it. No codes, nothing. You just get to kick back and enjoy these conversations. Now, I do also want to briefly refer you to the code of conduct that Sanmaya has just shared in the chat with us. This is, you dig in it if you like, but basically what it is meant to do is ensure that this event is a great experience for everyone involved. So as you are networking with your fellow community members or, connecting with our speakers, please make sure that, as always, we are leading from a place of kindness and respect. Now, I'm really excited to introduce you to our next set of speakers. We are going to be joined first by Seguira Ahmed Norris. Apologies if I have butchered your name. I will ask for correct pronunciation again once you get on stage. Seguira is a former model and creative director, as well as a wife and mother living in Houston, Texas. Now, she was diagnosed with progressive multiple sclerosis in rapid decline and sought international medical intervention at Clínica Ruiz in the form of HSCT to halt progression of her MS. Now, after regaining the ability to run, Seguira is now running the world's major marathons to inspire other patients to the lesser known treatments and enabling the knowledge to patients to become their own health advocates. She's going to be joined in conversation by Dr. Juan Carlos Olivares Gasca. I'm so sorry, I'm probably butchering your last name as well. Dr. Olivares Gasca is a transplant physician with training in research and public health. Now, his research line is quality of life in chronic diseases with a particular focus on autoimmune conditions and the impact of stem cell transplantation in the quality of life of patients. Now, he's part of the clinical research laboratory of Dr. Guillermo Ruiz Arguelles, apologies, y'all, evaluating the outcomes of patients transplanted. Now, the good doctor currently works on a project to determine the impact of HSCT in the quality of life, and he's a transplant coordinator at HSCT Mexico, Clínica Ruiz, which is in Puebla. They are going to be joined in conversation by Power to Fly's own fabulous Raquel Green. Raquel is an enterprise account executive with us here. I have had the pleasure of working with her on numerous occasions. She is charming. You will love her. I cannot wait to turn the stage over to you three. I'm going to step back and wait for this conversation to get started. So thank you all. Take it away.
Good morning. Hello, Seguira and Dr. Olivares. This is Raquel Green here at Power to Fly. Very excited to introduce you to Seguira and Dr. Gaza. Seguira is actually my baby sister, so I want to share that little bit of information. And we're so pleased to have you both here to talk about how people with disabilities and chronic illnesses can become their own health advocates. First, Seguira, could you briefly tell us about being diagnosed with MS and some of the roadblocks you experienced when seeking treatment for MS?
Yes, so multiple sclerosis is a progressive autoimmune disease, and it's one of many invisible disabilities that actually can lead to disbelief from some healthcare professionals, employers, even friends and family, unbeknownst to them. Diagnosis is actually a relief because you know what's happening to you and it's hard to explain to others. And so I myself was diagnosed in October of 2018 after a year of testing and appointments and uncertainty. It allows you to put a name to a terrible disease that you just don't have the ability to describe properly to the healthcare professionals and the people that you want on your healthcare team.
Doctor, as far as, can you tell us why patients seek diagnosis or treatment or often experience delays, or physicians just really minimizing what they're hearing about these people's cases?
Hello. Well, first of all, thank you so much for the invitation. I'm really glad to be here and share a screen with Seguira, who is an amazing person. Also, I just want to tell you that English is not my first language, so I'm sorry I'm going to make a lot of mistakes, but I will try to do my best to explain myself. So delays related to diagnosis and treatment always have two sides. There is a patient side and a physician side. Patient side can be related to economic factors, shame of the diagnosis. Sometimes the patients are too worried to know what's really going on. But in the physician side, there is a lot of misinformation for certain diseases that we're not used to, something that we call rare diseases. Usually physicians are trained to find out the most common cause of the symptoms and the signs. But usually we do not look further to evaluate more deeply the patient, because we don't think that it will be that rare disease that we see sometimes in class. So that is something that sometimes make a huge delay in the diagnosis. Also, there is some bias related to the practice of every physician. We have some experience doing certain stuff, but not to other type of treatment or other type of disease. So we should be really clear on our limits and to really know why and where do we stop helping the patient and ask for help to another specialist or another medical professional. So I think it's really important to be really updated and also open to conversation with the patient, because no one knows better the symptoms and what is happening to them than the patient and the family. So yeah, we should be really open to communication.
Well, the traditional paradigm of the doctor-patient relationship is that the doctor gives their opinion, the patient obeys their advice. How did you develop an equal partnership with each other focused on Seguira's goals for treating the disease? That's both of you.
Oh,
Yeah.
well, I'll say that I don't actually believe it's an equal partnership. He has a medical degree. As the physician that you're looking forward to having on your healthcare team, you want them to be able to be straightforward with you and accept some of the, different alternatives of treatments, because you yourself are looking up your disease, your symptoms every day, and you are case focused on yourself. Meanwhile, doctors have a large caseload. There are many patients that they're seeing at once. And even though they'd love to give you that, personalized attention, it's not always available. The best you can do, I find, is not have a partnership where one person has the hierarchy and one person is, someone who just Googles their symptoms and comes to them back to their doctor as if they have a Google, doctorate. It is a give and take system. I always look for a healthcare provider that I can share what I found with and receive non-criticism, but a helpful return of ideas and information. Not everything works for every patient, but you have to be open to both their advice as a medical professional and knowing that you chose them to be on your medical team for the reason that they are a doctor.
And then Dr. Gazka, your opinions on patients actually seeking you out, especially if they've run into a lot of roadblocks with other doctors. Where do you find this balance of a relationship and equal partnership?
Well, we need to learn to listen. Patient knows a lot, and most of the patient knows more about the diseases than we, because we are not experiencing the symptoms, we're not experiencing the signs of the disease. So we need to learn to listen and to be open to learn new stuff. There are a lot of patients that come here and show us, I have been looking for this treatment. What do you think about that? I don't really know. I'm not supposed to know everything. So of course, I will gladly do some research about that new treatment. And of course, I will do an advice based on what I have in my medical degree. But the idea is to share ideas and to be open to have a bilateral communication. I think that is the key for a good relation between patient and medical team. Also, it's important that now the medicine have changed a lot, and now it should be patient-centered medicine practice. So everything should be done and should be around how we can improve quality of life, and not only look for great results in blood work and in MRIs and things like that. We need to change the quality of life of the patient, and there are certain minimal things that we can do to improve that. So we should be really careful about it.
So Seguira, I know you had a lot of roadblocks and you actually personally found this treatment yourself. It wasn't something that anyone told you about. You just happened to stumble upon it during a bucket list trip that your husband took you on in London. Can you tell us about your treatment and recovery and the role that your own self-directed learning played in that?
Yes. So I actually was on a vacation in Ireland, and the way that HSCT is talked about within their healthcare system is vastly different to the United States healthcare system. For them, it is a world-renowned practice. They have these FACT-accredited clinics around the world. And you know that if you can't receive the healthcare that you need within the UK system, that you should go ahead and seek out those FACT-accredited clinics. For me, I came back to Houston. I continued to do a lot of research because HSCT is not for everybody. It is not a cure-all for MS. It is something that I chose because I wanted to not be slowing progression, which is what happens with many of the disease-modifying drugs available within the US market. But in fact, I wanted to stop progression. So by stopping my progression, I felt like it would give me more time. And it was worth it to me to take that massive step, just weighing my pros and cons. At the time of the decision, I had gone from being able to walk and run to using a cane and sometimes a wheelchair as a daily happening. I am now from that 30-day treatment within the Clínica Ruiz. I left on my own accord. I've never required any additional medications. I went into intensive physical therapy with a great physical therapist here in Houston at Performative PT. And Dr. Amber taught me how to walk again properly, kind of placing all of the badly, learned entities back and relearning to start. So we retrained to walk, then we retrained to run. Now I wanted to utilize running, something that I quite enjoyed, as a opportunity to spread HSCT awareness. I'm lucky that because I can run and do these marathons, that I've been able to help others and make their road a lot easier to find HSCT as an option. It might not be an option for all of them, but just to have that information and that access to knowledge, I found difficult for myself. And I want to make sure that it's easier for the next people who come behind me so that their road isn't as gravelly and it's a lot less fearful than mine was.
Okay, so we have a question from the audience. How can we go into a doctor's visit prepared in a way that won't get me instantly dismissed? As Seguira just said, there are ongoing joke about people using Google for their symptoms, but when that's all they feel that they have available, what should they do? They don't want something to go unexplained or forgotten, but they also don't want the doctor to assume that they're automatically fishing for a diagnosis.
Well, Google is not our enemy. Actually, we have found a lot of diagnosis earlier because they Google the symptoms and the patient thinks, maybe I'm having multiple sclerosis, maybe I'm having some other chronic disease that we cannot see often. So Google is not our enemy. I think that we should be open to take the ideas that the patient has and also do some more tests to make sure that it is not the disease that the patient is telling us. So I think that it is more a physician issue than a patient issue because the patient should come with all the ideas, all the worries, and we're here to give answer to all those questions.
And Seguira, what did you do? I mean, as far as standing up to doctors, I know you did a few battles with a few different doctors in a few different hospitals until you finally landed on the right solution for you. So please explain to others how they can be an advocate for themselves.
So upon finding HSCT, I did immediately take it to my healthcare team, and it was not well received at all. I was basically told that Mexico didn't have the treatment I needed, that this was something that was not well proven, that a lot of people that I've talked to more recently as I've helped them, you hear doctors saying things like they're going to come back in a cardboard box, they're going to receive saline, like all of these horrible things that can actually lead to them, you know, kind of stepping back and saying, well, maybe that treatment isn't correct. The harder thing is we have a historical approach to healthcare, right? The doctor gives the advice, you take the advice, and you pray that it works. Now we do have that opportunity to walk in with information on a treatment that maybe the doctor's not well versed in. You have to find a doctor who's willing to kind of take your side, but still, again, offering their medical opinion. I went through my neurologist, and even though he knew a lot about HSCT and was willing to learn more about HSCT, he was still focused within the US base of the FDA. And that's not something that, you know, is easily moved. It's something that they have had in place for years. It goes to them also worrying about malpractice and things like that. I understood that as a patient, but I also knew that I wanted to take a chance to stop the progression of my MS. And so I eventually had to, you know, stand up for myself. It was kind of interesting because once I had made that choice, going to Clinica Ruiz, I had a lot of friends and family telling me that, like, are you sure you want to go to Mexico and all of these things? And what will the facilities be like? And I'm here to tell you, world renowned. They are some of the best facilities you will ever play. It is a pay self-care, you know, industry. And when you look at the amount of care and effort that goes into the streamlined process that they put forward within Clinica Ruiz, there was not a moment that I did not know what was happening with my care, felt part of it, felt like I had made the correct decision. But then also all of our worries, we had more meetings than I knew what to do with, so that I felt comfortable. And I was like, please, I'm fine. I get it. And it was a wonderful 28 days. And I feel like just getting that story out there and making sure people know that they do have options. It wasn't something I was well aware of. I could have very well let a doctor stop me here in the US, and I never would have gone any further. And I would most likely be in a wheelchair in 5 years, like they claimed I would be.
Okay, so tell me how has this affected your family? I know you have a very supportive husband, got a very fantastic brother-in-law, but how was this entire process? How did it affect your child, your husband, your family at large?
So a big part of my family is that we love doing activities and we love traveling. I realized very quickly as I watched my husband Joe struggle with the world's most accessible wheelchair through all of these different, you know, airports internationally. And I said, this is not going to be possible for us to continue. We love doing things together. We love traveling. We have, you know, large Christmas trips to Thailand. We went to, you know, all of these different ideas of how I was going to be able to do that within a wheelchair. And in the end, it's just easier not to have to deal with the wheelchair option at all. I can now walk. I can now run. We are doing the Abbott World Majors marathons together as a family, really. Joe is a great support system. I've already run the Chicago Marathon and the Boston Marathon. this year in 2022, I will complete the New York City Marathon as well as the London Marathon. So
Don't
that's
forget San Francisco. You already did San Francisco this year.
it's not one of the world majors, but that was a fun marathon that we did to help promote HSCT as well. My last trips will be to Berlin, and then finally to be the first person with primary progressive multiple sclerosis who received HSCT to complete the Abbott World Majors 6-star, and I'll receive that medal in Tokyo.
Yeah, perfection. So, Dr. Juan Carlos, tell us more about having this influx of healthcare seekers from across the world and how your organization has dealt with this.
Well, it has been really hard because, as you can imagine, being a facility focused only in a specific treatment outside the US or outside Europe, it's hard to find that doctors and patients get confidence in what we're doing. So we try to publish our results, and we have been publishing some peer review papers that help us a lot to convince patients and also convince physicians that we're doing right things. And this is a really good option for patients with multiple sclerosis and other autoimmune diseases. And something that we should mention here is that primary progressive multiple sclerosis usually has been thought that it is not responsive to HSCT. And well, we can see here with Seguira that is not true. We have to break more paradigms and to make this treatment available for all the patients. So yeah, we have been trying to keep on the fact accredited as a clinic, and also that give us a support as we're doing things as they do in other countries.
What can you do if differential diagnosis isn't helpful? Somebody's mentioned that they're 3 years undiagnosed from an unknown autoimmune process that almost killed them.
Well, that helps us a lot. Usually, autoimmune diseases are really hard to diagnose and to put a specific name because they're like a universe of different diseases. So it's really hard, but the good news is that almost all autoimmune diseases respond to immune modulators, immune suppressors, and also to HSCT, that it is the biggest part of this immune suppressive therapy.
So another comment from the chat is the zebra has become representative of the international rare disease community. As doctors hear hoofbeats and look for horses, you will never know if it's a horse or a zebra unless you look. So you do advocate people Googling or trying to find information, but you also say that having a doctor support and doctor partnership is very important, correct?
Yes, that is totally correct. We need to work together to find out the best outcome for patients. Patient knows more, and physicians work here to help and to guide patients to the right treatment and the right place to have it.
So as far as I know, this has worked great for Seguira for MS. What other autoimmune diseases have you seen HSCT work for?
Well, we have been doing also this transplant for CIDP, that it is another rare autoimmune disease from the nervous system, also to type 1 diabetes in a person just diagnosed to type 1 diabetes is really useful. Transverse myelitis also it's useful, and we have been exploring about Crohn's disease, that is also a really common autoimmune disease that it seems to respond well to HSCT.
Perfect. Well, I would love to, I don't know if it's in the chat or not. How can people get in contact with you? And do they have to have a doctor they've already spoken to in the US to determine that, yes, it is one of these diseases? How do they find you?
Yes, well, we need that the patient has a diagnosis in order to come here, because we need to make sure that it is an autoimmune disease and to make sure that this is going to work. So you can contact us in our webpage. It is hsctmexico.com. And then you can find more information about the treatment that we are offering and how to apply for the treatment.
Okay, well, we only have 5 minutes left, so I'd love to get your final thoughts across the board for both of you. Doctor, why don't you start, and then we'll end off with what Seguira thinks.
All right, so I think that it's really important that patients are open to talk with the physicians and physicians are open to talk with patients. If your physician is not open to have this dialogue with you, I would suggest you to find another, because you may be not in the right place. We need to work together, and patients' quality of life should be the key for the whole process and the whole treatment that the patient will receive. So thank you again for the invitation.
Oh, Power to Fly thanks you for joining us. Seguira, your final thoughts?
So I'll say that when I originally set out on my goal to spread awareness, it was to spread awareness for HSCT for MS. Further down the road, I realized that the bigger picture was to influence patients to become their own health advocates. Being able to know your power, find the correct healthcare facilities and the healthcare doctors that are going to help you reach your healthcare journey and your goals. That is the most important thing you can do. I see it time and time again. I have a Facebook blog, MS Seguira, and I get contacted about every day. And you hear some stories where people feel a little heartbroken that they're not being believed and they're not having access to the treatments that they'd like. Go ahead, do your research, and find someone who is willing to be part of your advocate team.
So then my final thoughts, since I actually do have a little part in this whole entire process. So, Doctor, I cannot begin to tell you how thrilled my family is by this treatment. We were very worried. I was on that Thailand trip and we did see the tremors that she had. And even myself and her husband would grab her hand to try and steady it. And then after the treatment to come back and her be basically back to normal and throwing away the cane I bought her. It was the Dire Wolf cane that was so nice. And not have to use that anymore and basically put it in a closet. The treatment was fantastic. You being there, I can't even begin to tell you how wonderful it is, and our family is very grateful to you and your clinic. And that is what I have to say on this. And it just, again, as Seguira has said to all of you out there, be your own advocate. Don't just take no for an answer. Continue to look and see whether or not there are other options, because in a lot of cases, they're not going to pour this information out to you. In some cases, you're going to have to seek to find it yourself. So again, Power to Fly, we very much welcome you both, and we're very thankful that you came to us and allowed us to dive more into the story and learn more about the HSCT treatment and how it's made advances and changes in so many lives. One last question, Doctor, how many persons have gone through this HSCT treatment and seen such a dramatic change in their life?
We have transplanted up to today 1,300 patients.
That is fantastic. And thank you so much for your time. Meg, I know we're at time, so I just want to thank everyone again and thank the audience for tuning in. Thank you.
Thanks to each of you. Thank you, Seguira, Doctor, as well as Rocky. Thank you so much. We're so happy to get to sit back seat for this. You were getting me all choked up, so thank you for sharing, both of you, for Seguira as well as Raquel. Thank you for sharing that journey that you've been on and that your family has been on with you. So thank you to all of you for this. As we get our set of speakers off-boarded and bring our new speaker up to the stage, I just want to say hello and welcome to anyone who might just now be joining us. My name is Meg Alexander. I'm part of Power to Fly's virtual hosting team, and I am so excited to start in on our next session. Now, before I do, I just want to share with y'all a couple, kind of quick housekeeping items, just so everybody can have a great experience today. So one thing to know about is that throughout these upcoming sessions, these events are entirely about you. We want to make sure that as our community members, people that came here to spend time with Power to Fly, we want to make sure that the time that you spend with us is well worth it. So Please feel free to add questions or comments, anything you'd like into that group chat. It's on the right-hand side of your screen. If you have comments, anything else, please feel free to share. I'd love to raise them to our speakers. Now, if you have any kind of technical issues, please feel free to tag in myself or my colleague Sanmaya. We're both in the group chat there. So we'd love to help if you've got problems there. And the last thing I want to highlight is our code of conduct. So we're going to be sharing that in the group thread in just a moment here. It is there to ensure that this event, like all of our virtual events, is a positive experience for everyone involved. So as you are connecting with our speakers and networking with your fellow community members, just make sure that, as always, we're leading from a place of kindness and respect. Now, if you are looking to earn SHRM credits from today's sessions, you're going to want to refer to the code that's at the top of the slide in front of you. I think today it is 22-CUZAR. Now, if you're not part of the Society of Human Resource Managers, don't sweat it. You don't need to worry about codes. You just get to kick back and enjoy today's sessions. So I'm really excited to introduce you to our speaker. Clara Holmes is also known as @RollinFunky, and she is a London, UK-based model, fashion, and lifestyle content creator and influencer. Now, on her channels there, she shares her passion for fashion, fitness, and travel adventures, her girl about town lifestyle, as well as disabled joy. Now, Clara has worked with many big brands on influencer campaigns like Google Pixel, and has also modeled and been featured in Vogue Portugal. Now, Clara has Ehlers-Danlos syndrome, also known as EDS, which is an inherited connective tissue disorder, very painful, and it's been it's caused her to need to use a wheelchair for nearly 17 years. Now, Clara is also a public speaker and often campaigns for more diversity in fashion, media, and marketing. And she's also part of Meta's Meet the Billion for brands to become more inclusive in marketing and advertising. Clara, I can't tell you, I've been excited for this chat for a couple of days now, but I'm really, really excited to dive in on some of these questions and get to know you a little bit better. Before we do that, is there anything that you'd like to share with our audience today? Anything that, maybe we didn't cover in your bio, anything at all?
No, I think you kind of got it all in. I'm kind of impressed. Thank you so much for having me.
Oh, thanks for being here. All right, so let's dive into some of the questions that we got. We want to talk about some of the best practices for brands when they're working with disabled individuals, whether those are influencers, models, public figures. So to get us started, obviously we probably can't name names or kind of call people out, but could you share your most positive experiences working with brands and maybe how you knew that they were open to working with accessibility and inclusion in mind? Because I feel like this is something that's not yet on the ground floor of, everybody should be thinking about these things.
Yeah. I mean, for me personally, thankfully, I've had quite first of all, hello everybody watching. For me personally, I feel like I know that the brand is doing the right thing from the moment they reach out. They're the one, I don't actually kind of go around scouting myself or kind of promoting myself to brands, but like, hi, my name is Clara, da, 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 da. I don't actually do that. So majority of the time, like either their PR or the brand themselves come directly to me. They contact me, they've seen me on Instagram, and that may be one of the reasons why they decided to kind of reach out for me to work with them, etc., etc.
I like that. So when you get this initial impression, are there kind of like hallmarks, certain language that they use, or anything that really gives you that kind of initial impression of like, oh, okay, this could be a really great partnership. They clearly, have best intentions. They want me involved. Is there anything that you look for?
I mean, one of the things, if they're talking about their background and who they've worked with, and in terms of like, they want to be inclusive and they want to be diverse with the people that they work with, then that's always, tick, tick. That's always positive signs, because it looks like, that's what actually, believe and they want to do. They're not just ticking a box. Especially for those that are looking for long-term relationships, there's many brands that I have like connection with, where it's not just, the one-off, like it's just, this is something we want to be building. We want, we tend not to just work with like influencers wants, for example, they want to, this is, a start of a friendship, a relationship. Many of the brands I work with and have worked with, I worked with them for over a few years. So it's, and it's great because at the same time you feel like you are in part of the family. You're part of the team, they respect you, you respect them, they respect your worth. And more importantly, those keywords, how much is your fee when it comes in the email? Like,
Yes.
because at the end of the day, honey, we all got bills to pay.
I've never met anybody that lives on water and sunshine. So
yeah, and
we do work because we need the money, right?
Exactly. And while I enjoy it, I enjoy what I do, but it is work as well. But there's no harm in enjoying the work that you do. So I think that's very important, to be honest. And
you're preaching to the choir on this one. I love my job. I have a great time with my job, but you're right. It is still work.
It is, I feel that it's important for brands to kind of pay for your services that you are giving them. And into the day, if it's an influencer job, they are advertising. You wouldn't go to, HBO or Disney and ask them, can you put on an advert, please? And oh, by the way, it's for free. We'll give you an outfit. It doesn't necessarily have the same kind of tone. It doesn't. And I feel like if they are really serious, then they would definitely have a budget and have something in mind, or even if your fee slightly out of their budget, they kind of have some form of negotiation skills. So I think there's definitely that as well. Sometimes you do get brands that come to you and they talk about inclusivity and diversity and blah blah blah, etc., etc. But then at the same time, when you look at their shoots, you don't see it. But they're giving you all the jargon in the email, but they don't want you to do it for free. And I feel that's where sometimes certain brands kind of fall by the wayside with that. Like, walk the walk, wheel the wheel, practice what you preach,
Yes,
Yeah.
I love this. So,
Yeah.
we talked about some of the more positive experiences have been like, could you share an experience that was maybe less than stellar, that was, either via working with a brand or the way they reached out to contact you?
Yeah, so I have, I'm also a model, and in the past I have gone for castings for brands and get there and there's steps. Like, the casting studio has stairs. Now, I know sometimes some people are able to get out and make 1 or 2 steps, but you can't automatically presume. Now, you want to be diverse and be inclusive in your casting for a modeling job, but yet there's like 6 flights of steps and there's no way for me to get into the room. And they're like, oh, I didn't even think of that, and it's those kind of things that kind of let that down. I've had to be, I had to casting in the local coffee shop, things like that. And also, I was going for a shoot. Now, the studio they hired was all accessible. It had all the things that's needed. But unfortunately, when it came to the fitting was at their office, and they totally forgot these 5 steps to get into the office. Mm-hmm. And it's only when I said to them, is it accessible? Is it accessible, right? And they were like, oh no, I'm so sorry. I'm like, and it was like, come in a way, we'll figure it out. Anyway, so I went there, and then when I went there, I was like, okay, we'll definitely not figure it out. We've been actually having fitting for lingerie. So it's not even like a jacket.
Yeah. Oh my God.
It's a lingerie shoot. And I'm like, hold on a minute. Like, you need to check that my bra sizes, all the sizes are all correct. And I'm like, and they were like, oh, what about if we did it here by the front door? I was like, no. And then so they had to go and ask, like, there was a shop nearby if we could use their changing room. But then I couldn't fit in their changing room, so then they had to, if they kind of screened off like a whole area so that I can actually have this fitting. So when the shoot came, the shoot went perfectly well because it was all accessible. They had somebody on hand to assist me, not that I needed it, but that was good in a way. It was just the logistics I feel sometimes, brands might feel like wheelchairs go upstairs.
Yeah, that's kind of boggling my mind. Now, I don't know what it's like in the UK, but at least in the US, because of the ADA, Americans with Disabilities Act, things like wheelchair accessibility are supposed to be mandatory for public buildings, especially if you are a business. It's definitely, accessibility is a big thing. And so you're right, there are tons of times where people just don't think about it because it's not part of their daily lives. But this is something that's supposed to be required by law here, and you still don't see it everywhere.
Supposed to be is the key.
Yeah.
The key word is supposed to be.
Yeah. So think about
it seems like there's always some kind of loophole for it not to be. Hey, yeah.
Yeah. Well,
it's
and the idea of like
and all this,
that attitude of like, well, we'll just figure something out, or will this be okay? It's not a great comparison, but it kind of smacks of the same thing when you have somebody with dietary restrictions or somebody vegetarian or vegan coming to dinner. And it feels like that afterthought of like, well, salad's good for you, right? Like we're not planning, we're planning a 3-course meal for everyone else.
Yeah. I'm being a vegan myself. I totally no, like, what if we just take off the meat? I'm like, no, you could just not have.
No, that's not the point. We'll just eat around it. No, that's not the point. Yes. Well, and I like that, you said it's very important, I think, to share these kinds of things when things don't go well, because a lot of times the lessons you can take from them are incredibly valuable and useful for the rest. Like you said, the fitting didn't go great, but the shoot was made more accessible. So I like this idea that, even if they do start off on maybe the wrong foot, brands can make this up to people and can step up and show that they're listening, right?
Yeah, I mean, subsequently, I've actually gone back and I've shot in that same studio quite a few times as well with other brands. So it's definitely, it was just the initial, just like certain little things that they just kind of overlooked and they've mishapped. In terms of other things, I find sometimes it seems to be like a disconnect between the PR side and the casting side. So the casting is the people that, so the fashion, you have a brand, they have a fashion department, they have a new collection coming out. We need to cast models for the adverts for like autumn winter, for example. And they go out and they look for models and they, agencies or whatever, sometimes they find them on, via social media, etc. And what the problem is that I find that there seems to be a disconnect, because while the brand is saying, oh yeah, we want to be diverse, the casting director and the casting agency might not necessarily be at one with what is required. And then when you have the PR side. Now the PR, whether it's in-house or external, they are hearing the brand, they want to be diverse, we want a diverse mix of, and they go out and they look for influencers that can kind of that. And this is where the problem is sometimes, where you say, where I said earlier about it's great that they're given the lingo, but when you look on their website, it doesn't necessarily quite match up, because the two departments don't necessarily work together. I have been turned down for, we didn't actually ask for a disabled model. I know, you just asked for a model and I'm a model. It doesn't really matter.
Yeah.
But then at the same time, while I've been turned down for that brand by the casting agency and the casting director for that particular brand PR, I have worked with so many times on influencer campaigns. So it's like the two necessarily sometimes are not meeting together. The brand have an idea of being diverse and being inclusive, but sometimes while that it is picked up by the PR people, so that people like me, I have the opportunity to work with them as an influencer, I've not been able to have the opportunity to work for them as a model, because the casting director is not necessarily, they're casting their eye. Yeah, they're casting their eye and their vision for the brand. And it's not, sometimes the two doesn't necessarily click or gel together.
That makes sense. If the values or the main goals aren't necessarily communicated well across teams, I feel like there's a lot of us that have been in this position where teams don't necessarily communicate the best. But you're right. It is understandable that the casting director, if they don't know, isn't going to know that this is what they're supposed to be looking for, especially in a job where you're supposed to go by aesthetics, right? You want to see how things play out and how you can highlight the clothes in the best light.
And a lot of the casting agents are they are kind of old school in their way of casting and what they're looking for. And sometimes their way of looking at diversity and being inclusive of that is more about size and color, or not necessarily ability. So
those big, those
sometimes
like, they focus on the visual differences as opposed to, you know, visual diversity as opposed to, you know, something that might not be apparent, right?
Yeah. So in that sense, and into the day, you know, I worked with that brand for over 2 years, but I got turned down for every single modeling modeling job with that same brand. But yeah, I was even an ambassador for the brand for a whole 12 months on their influencer side, but not on the work modeling side.
That is bonkers, like absolutely crazy.
Yeah,
all right,
so it's just those two things sometimes. So this is like the yin and the yang there. Yeah,
that makes sense. Okay, so let's talk a little bit about what that outreach looks like from brands. Do you have any tips or any kind of best practices for brands if they want to collaborate with somebody who is disabled? You know, how does that outreach need to be handled to communicate that this is a safe space for people with disabilities?
Yeah, I could like reach out to them. You know, on social media, there's lots of influencers, models out there who are just, you know, disabled. But it would also help if you have people on your team that is also disabled, so that they make sure that they get their language correct and they don't necessarily feel like, because I feel like sometimes they're like, oh, I'm not too sure, I don't want to offend.
Yeah.
But by saying a particular word, for example, and you're like, okay, but if you had someone on a team that you can ask, it would be like, how do we, you know, what's the dialogue we should use here? Then that would help massively. I think it's not enough just saying, oh, I didn't reach out because I didn't know what to say, or I didn't know how to put it across. Like, you know, if that's the case, be general in the, you know, better off being general in the email, saying, you know what, we found you on social media, we'd quite like you to come and model for us. I think what you're doing is great. And then when you all, are you free to jump on a call? You can have that conversation. And at the same time, you know, that person will more than likely be happy to tell you exactly the lingo that is correct and which dialogue is correct for you to use in terms of that person, because everybody is different. Everybody has a different terminology that they want to be represented by. Some people don't mind people with disabilities, and people are like, no, I prefer disabled person. So it literally just does it, you know, it just depends. Me, myself, I don't mind people with disabilities or disabled person, wheelchair user, but I am not wheelchair bound, so that's out of question. So it's like, so it's just like, you know, at the same time, you can also ask them, how would you like to be referenced? You know, it's a simple conversation and nobody will be offended. They just will not be offended. They wouldn't be offended. They actually will be like, oh, thank you for asking. Yeah.
Well, it's a basic thing, right? It's like when you're introducing yourself to someone, and like my dad, his name is Michael. He doesn't go by Michael, he goes by Mike. So like, that's how he introduces himself. It is, you know, it's one of those things that is very simple. It's not a huge change that needs to be made, but it has such larger implications, right? Of feeling like you are actually going to be consulted, feeling like you're not going to be talked at, but talked to about this. And, you know, you raise a really good point. There are as many people as there are within the neurodivergent community and the disabled community, you will find just as many ways that people like to be responded or like to be addressed. Person first language was huge, at least in America, for, you know, like social work and public programming, so that kind of thing. It's now started to become identity first language, but it really just depends on what that person prefers. So I like that. I like that idea of like reaching out in a little bit more of a general way, especially if you're not quite sure how you want to say this to the person. But I also very much appreciate that idea of, like we talked about with our attendees for today's event, you know, lead from a place of kindness and respect and ask the questions, ask them respectfully, and listen to what the answers are given. You know, listen to what this person has to tell you about how they prefer to be addressed, what kind of needs or accommodations they might need. I think that's great. Yeah. So let's talk about the logistics, right? We talked about that a little bit earlier with your example. What can brands do to make the logistics of such a collaboration a smooth experience? People had written in with questions regarding a photo shoot or sponsored posts. So what would you say to brands about the logistics and how to make that smoother?
Yeah, so in terms of, so if we're going to a shoot, it's on location, it's in the studio, it's in a car. You're going to send a car to other people, you can send a car, right? There's always, I mean, especially over here in London, there are black taxi cabs. All black taxi cabs have ramps, so you can phone up. There's various different black taxi companies, like you can phone up, book a taxi in advance. You know, I've had brands, they send me a car, say, okay, we're going to send you a car at this time. The black taxi's there, he's ready to go. Take me to the shoot or the event. Sometimes also I go to events as well, and they also sort out cars. And not just because I'm disabled, but because they will do that for everybody. And I think it's important, if you're doing it for the others, that you do that as well. If you're in terms of travel, you know, cover the travel as well. You know, cover the travel, because it can be, like, as a disabled person, like it's pricey. Life is pricey.
Oh yeah.
Our cost of living is slightly higher. And you know, especially in terms of getting around and stuff like that, it might not be necessarily so easy. Buses can be a bit of a pain with people kind of in the way and full, and you have to wait for another one, and it could be, so just kind of be flexible, I would say, in that sense, in terms of the logistics of getting from A to B, and that would kind of, you know, help. But I definitely feel like it. Ask them what they need. Do they need an assistant to help them get ready? Do they need, you know, like, are they bringing a carer? Like, all these other things that they can ask. And it's not, like, just, and it could be just a simple thing, like, tell me what you need for the day. We're going to shoot at this time. What do you need? Is it better for you to come in the morning or the afternoon? You know, like, these are the questions that can be asked. And it's so simple. It's not offensive. Nobody would find that offensive. What, you know, we've got this shoot. It's a group shoot. Would you prefer to come in the evening, in the afternoon, late afternoon, so that the people that was there in the morning, they can hang around. You come in, you shoot your bit, and then you could do like a group shot. Some people prefer to come slap bang in the middle, and some people prefer to, like, oh, actually, can I come first thing in the morning? Because, like, my, you know, with my condition, it's better for me, or medication or travel wise. It just makes sense. Just ask the question. People are very open and willing for you to learn there, and they're willing to kind of just teach what's necessary to make it all accessible, and for everybody on the shoot to feel comfortable, because that's what's important at the end of the day, is that we are made to feel to be comfortable as much as possible.
Yeah. Oh, that's absolutely of prime importance here. All right. One of the last questions we got, and please feel free, you know, if y'all have questions, please feel free to throw that into the chat. We'd had a couple of comments from people. Anesha had said, I'll never get over the term wheelchair bound. And I think that's huge. It's right. It's one of those things that people they don't understand, that language is so important when you talk about these things, right? Saying that somebody uses a wheelchair as opposed to they're in a wheelchair, like, that's it. It's small, right? There's small changes.
And it's those little small nuances of languages that we could just kind of tweak. Words are powerful, and as somebody who haven't been disabled all my life, but had been disabled for the last like nearly 17 years, I have lived both sides of the coin, and I can see like why people would be offended by certain language used in regard, not just for disability, but it also makes you realize how powerful words are when it is that important to you about the words used to describe yourself, kind of thing. You don't really think about it, kind of be flippantly. I mean, oh, I just ran down the road now, and it doesn't mean I literally ran down the road, but it's just one of those flippant words, and that you might use in a sentence, especially in England. Like, it was, oh, I just jumped on a bus. You didn't literally just jump on the bus. In other words, you quickly got on the bus, you know. And then sometimes, like, and it was like, I remember when I first became a wheelchair user, I was like, oh, I'm just gonna run down the road and jump on the bus. And people would look at me and I'm like, well, how are you gonna do that? And I'm like, mean, literally. And then it kind of, and then you realize, and it's at that point you're like, okay, like, you know, words are deep, and they are important. And it's amazing how people just flippantly say something which they didn't, much as I understand it, they didn't mean to offend, they have. So I think it's very wise for people to just kind of be more mindful in the words that they used. We've seen it recently with certain artists having to change words in their songs, you know, from using certain words. So
Absolutely.
yeah, so yeah, language, I definitely feel like language is important, and I feel that you know, we can all do better. You know, we can all learn. Every day's a learning day. We never stop learning.
Exactly. All right, our last question that we have here, do you think that brands that collaborate with disabled creators should ensure that creators get sign off on the final product before releasing it? So can you give us some context here? Is this something that normally happens within, you know, within your field, or within, you know, any roles you've played as a model or as an influencer, where that collaboration, the product of that, is shared with you before it's published?
Could you just clarify in what terms?
So should brands who collaborate with disabled creators ensure that those creators get approval on that final product before releasing it?
Well, I've always have done. It's quite as so I'm a little confused, because like, you create the content, you send it to the brand, they approve it before you post. Or do you mean the other way around?
I think the other way around. I think it's more
but even
like
still, like I've never worked on a campaign and be like, oh, like, and they're like, well, these are the images, and be like, oh, are you happy with them? Yeah, oh my gosh, they look amazing. That's
okay.
Is that like yeah, sorry.
I don't think, okay, so as somebody who's outside of this, I don't think that that's necessarily clear. I feel like a lot of us have this impression that like the models show up and then everybody else does whatever they want, and the models are then not consulted or not included in the process down the road, right? Like you've signed a contract and you're there for the shoot, but it doesn't necessarily have, like, you don't necessarily have veto power. Is that not how it is?
Well, okay, I see. I understand where you're coming from now. And like, because you said creator, so I was like,
yes, but, okay, that makes sense.
Yeah, because so as a content creator, you would, and even if they hired you as like an influencer, because sometimes you're doing a shoot, like I've done shoots for brands, but you're doing it as the influencer, you're doing it as you, so you get a say of your makeup and how you present and what you wear and stuff like that for us from the brand. You have more of a say, and then therefore, yeah, they're like, well, you know, what do they think of this? You know, we're looking to go ahead with that. What do you think of that? And I'm like, yeah, what do you think of the caption? You know, all of that stuff. This is what's going to be around it. What do you think? And you get to prove that. So yes. As a model, that doesn't necessarily happen because you are there to model. You're like a doll in a way. And that's not really, and that's not about disability. That's just about the industry in itself. You kind of you get to look at the images of once you finish. They're like, oh, let's see. And they're like, oh, amazing. And you might be like, well, I don't like that one. I don't like that one. Do you mind not using that one? And you can note it down and be like, okay, noted. If the photographer is nice and the casting director is nice, then they'll happily be like, oh yeah, sure. Like we'll make note of that. We don't really want you not liking it. But sometimes their vision, you know, again, is not necessarily not yours, because you're not there as the influencer, you're there as the model. And so therefore you do have less of a say, but that's not really necessarily down to disabilities. That's just down to their vision. And sometimes it'll be, I think, for you to be happy with the vision that they're going through, I think communication is always a key. Make sure that everybody understands exactly what the vision is for that shoot, so that everybody's on the same page. And so therefore you're not in so therefore you're not in a position where I'm like, oh my goodness, this has gone live and I don't actually like it. You don't want to be in that. And so just kind of, is it meant to be cheery? Is it meant to be more like, you know, and you know, those are the things that kind of will help people to just be more comfortable in the outcome of the shoot. But would it be nice to have a bit more of a say? Yes, but it also depends on, as I said, it depends on the terms that you're hired for. When you're hired for you, like you know, like famous people hide for them, they have a say. But generally, when you just hide as a model, that's kind of how it works, unfortunately.
Yeah. Well, thank you for sharing that with us. Clara, it has been wonderful to get to spend the last half hour with you. I've shared your social handle at Rollin' Funky on our chat thread there. But is there anywhere else that people should keep up with you? They can follow you, see what you're doing?
Yeah, follow me on Instagram at Rollin' Funky. I'm at Rollin' Funky on everything. You know, I dabble a bit in other social media places, but you definitely will find me mostly on Instagram. And yeah.
Excellent. Clara, thank you so much. This has been absolutely wonderful. Now,
Thank you for having me.
Oh, anytime. I would love to speak with you again. All right. So as we get our speaker offboarded and we get our new speakers brought up to the stage, I just want to say hello and welcome to anyone who might just now be joining us. You are coming in the middle of day one of our Diversity Reboot 2023 virtual summit, sorry, 2022, getting ahead of myself, virtual summit series. Now, August focus is on neurodivergencies, invisible disabilities, and differences within the workplace. Now, I hope that you are just as excited as I am to continue the fabulous conversations we've been having all day. So just a couple quick housekeeping items for you. Now, if this is your first Power to Fly event or your 50th, or maybe you just haven't been back to see us in a while, the biggest thing to know about these sessions is that they are about you. All of our community events are designed with you in mind, and we want to make sure that you get the most out of today's sessions. We want to make sure that the time that you spend with Power to Fly is well worth it. So to that end, you are welcome and encouraged to add questions or comments into that group thread. It's on the right-hand side of your screen. You are also free to tag in myself or my colleague, Sanmaya, if you have any kind of tech issues. We would love to be there to help you. If you are looking to earn SHRM credits from today's sessions, you're going to want to refer to the code that's at the top of the slide in front of you. And as you are connecting with our speakers or networking with your fellow community members, I just want to remind y'all that my colleague Sanmaya is putting the code of conduct in the chat thread there. But just make sure that, as always, as we are interacting with each other, we lead from a place of kindness and respect. Now, I'm very excited to introduce you to our speakers, our upcoming speakers. So we are going to have two speakers as well as a moderator from Power to Fly. Our first speaker is Toby Willis. Toby is the Senior Product Manager for Inclusive Travel and the founder and president of AIM, the Ability Inclusion Movement at Expedia Group in Seattle. Now, Toby happens to be blind due to an inherited genetic condition known as Leber's congenital amaurosis. However, he has overcome many barriers throughout his life and his career to achieve his goals. Now, Toby has launched 2 different startups, earned 2 master's degrees, and traveled the world speaking to audiences about the importance of inclusive design thinking. Toby is the president of Disability Empowerment Center in Seattle and also serves on the City of Seattle Pedestrian Advisory Council. Toby and his guide dog Dazzler, where did it go? Sorry. Not only knocked down the social and attitudinal barriers in life, but have also summited many of the snowy peaks in the Pacific Northwest where they call home. Toby uses his passion and experience with disabilities to raise awareness, reduce bias, and build programs so that people with disabilities can live more independently, gain, retain, and advance employment, as well as fully participate in all that life has to offer. So welcome to the stage, Toby. Our other guest this morning is Marnie Weber. Marnie is a senior member of Expedia Group's Faculty Excellence team in learning and development. Now, since joining the Expedia Group, Marnie has described each role as her dream job. She's currently on a mission to empower facilitators across the company to be their best, build a sense of belonging, and in her role as Global AIM IBG Vice President, break down barriers for people with disabilities. She shares Rumi's belief that love is the bridge between you and everything. Welcome to the stage, Marnie. They're going to be joined by our own Wendy Walker. Wendy is a customer success manager here at Power to Fly, supporting our partners as they work towards diversity, equity, and inclusion goals. Wendy is originally from Tennessee, but for the past decade, she has called Cordoba, Argentina, her home. She has a background in law, and her passion for helping people inform her work. In her free time, she loves hiking and mountain biking. She's currently training to climb Mount Aconcagua, the highest peak in North and South America. So Wendy, you'll have the mountain climbing stuff to talk with Toby about. I can't wait to get to hear this conversation. So I'm going to turn the floor over to you three. Take it away.
Thank you so much for that, Meg. And Toby, that's right. I can't wait to go on a hike one day with you and Dazzler. Awesome. So Marnie, Toby, welcome. And thank you, Expedia Group, for sponsoring our summit this week. We are so excited to have you here today to talk about creating accessible workplace ecosystems there at Expedia Group. So thank you both.
Thanks so much for having us.
Thank you. Yeah,
we're excited to be here.
Awesome. Awesome. So Meg, thanks for that intro, but I thought we could dive a little bit deeper now and talk about why this topic is so important to you. Talk a little bit about both of your personal journeys with disability and neurodivergence. Toby, I don't want to call you out, but do you want to go first on that one?
I'm happy to go first. I was just chomping at the bit to just share why I'm so passionate about this subject. And it's because I experienced discrimination firsthand, and just blatant, overt discrimination, being told that I can't do things because of my blindness. And that just emboldened me and just, put fuel on my fire to just go change the world. And I really, hate the discrimination that many of us experience, despite which marginalized background you may identify with. The oppression and marginalization is it's unjust, it's unfair, it's unwarranted, and it's counterproductive to societies. And I'm just out to make the world a more inclusive and accessible place for everyone.
I love that. I love that. Thank you. And I know one thing we share, kind of growing up in small town Tennessee, it's not easy to, have a disability, being in high school, and at that age, it's something that really kind of sticks with you going, not kind of fitting in because of your disability. So I'm sure that wasn't easy.
Yeah, for sure. I was diagnosed at a fairly young age. Started losing my night vision when I was a kid, and my color perception. And I even had teachers in high school tell me that I was stupid. I didn't learn my colors, but it was because I couldn't see. Literally the rods and cones in my retinas were dying. It had nothing to do with my level of intelligence, but just even though I had this diagnosis, I still tried to hide it. And I went through a lot of my adolescence and teenage years just masking. It's oh, there's nothing wrong with my eyes or whatever. But then at some point, college in my 20s, I just couldn't hide it anymore. It's I had to start using a white cane because I was perceived as a jerk because I would bump into people because I was losing my peripheral vision, and I wouldn't see people to my sides. And, for a long time, I'd rather be perceived as a jerk than blind because there's such stigma around it. But at some point, I just had to embrace it and just this is my plight. This is what I'm doing. I have no choice or control in the matter. So I just started carrying a white cane, just for identification purposes. And really, that started changing the perception. And, having confidence, I always say confidence is always rewarded, because if you just lean into your identity, I know that's very hard for a lot of us to do. And it's not always accepted by many people around us, but for our own sanity's sake, we have to accept who we are. And that, led to me getting a guide dog, my first guide dog, Zakai, and he changed my life even more just by giving me a lot more independence back and freedom to move around. And that's what really unlocked my world, was having that level of mobility and independence that the dog brought.
Thank you for that. And thank you for sharing your journey that hasn't been easy, and just kind of, showing yourself to the world and making that disability very visible, I'm sure hasn't been easy. Marnie, I'd like to switch to you and tell our audience today about about your personal journey with neurodivergence, which perhaps has been a bit more invisible than Toby's.
Yeah. Yeah, my experience has been, I feel like my whole life has led to this moment. Okay. I've had 3 major life experiences that led me to get involved with Toby and co-found AIM. And that was when I was 14, my mom was diagnosed with a terminal brain tumor and she was given 6 months to live. She lived for 6 years and I ended up staying home and not going to college my first year because I couldn't leave. I had a nervous breakdown. I could not leave. And even though I'd had a nervous breakdown, I didn't realize that had something to do with mental illness. I just thought it was the extreme stress of losing a mom. As my mom was dying and she was, I was home, I did end up going to college. And while I was in college, I got a phone call that my little sister had been paralyzed in a car accident. So I was 20. She was 3 days before her 16th birthday, and my mom was terminally ill. So I spent the next 7 months pretending to be my sister's mom and going to the hospital every day. And when she went home, I was a mess. So those were disability related. So caregiver, loved one. And then when I was 49 years old, I was diagnosed with bipolar, ADHD, OCD, PTSD, a really tough form of depression, and generalized anxiety disorder. So that's how I came here. But the funny thing is, once I found out, I just wanted to talk about it. I felt like after all this stuff, I was meant to talk about it and help people who can't talk about it. And in fact, I had a call yesterday. Just yesterday, a woman reached out to me from Expedia who had heard me speak, and she wanted to know how I had the courage to disclose. But what I found is that I have been nothing but accepted. And you can't have your dream job if people don't accept you. So I do think that a disclosure is important. That doesn't mean it's easy, but I'd love to have that kind of dialogue while we're here together.
I love that. I love that. Thank you for sharing. And thank you for sharing with such a wide audience as the Power to Fly community. That's kind of a very wide way to disclose and make it easier for other people to come forward and say, I'm dealing with an invisible disability. I'm dealing with mental health challenges. I think normalizing it makes it so much easier for the rest of the world. And, dealing with that tragedy as a young person too is really a tough way to start your 20s.
It was.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much for.
Right. So, and she's still paralyzed. And, so I still get to see what happens in the world that makes it difficult for her, which reinforces my deep desire to make this a more friendly place for everyone.
I love that. I love that. Well, thank you for sharing your personal journeys. I thought we could translate that into the amazing work that y'all have done at Expedia Group with the AIM Employee Resource Group. I thought you could tell us a little bit about how it's been founded and why it's so important to the organization there.
Yeah, I'll start. It was founded out of just sheer frustration and desperation. They say necessity is the motherhood of invention, is the old cliche. And I'd say, I was reaching a point where my blindness had, or I should say people's perception of my ability had created a ceiling in my career. And really that frustration and, anxiety, led to my diagnosis of having depression, anxiety, and panic disorder, PTSD, and which I had already known about my ADHD from college diagnosis back then. But all these things sort of culminated, like I just felt so alone, like I was the only person at Expedia Group with a disability. But I knew that couldn't be true because we know statistically that, something like 20% of the world's population have a disability. And I think, Marnie will talk more about this, like 1 out of 4 people have some sort of mental illness, or is affected by mental illness. And so I just knew that I wasn't the only person. And just by happenstance, Marnie was referred to me by a colleague for support on a talk I was giving. And so Marnie and I just instantly became fast friends. Marnie not only helped me design a fabulous talk and presentation to give, but also, became the co-founder of AIM. So we together knew that there was a cohort of people at Expedia like us who were having a similar experience but were unheard. So we came together and in the summer of 2018 and started finding like-minded people, just talking with others, with our colleagues, and finding people who were interested and passionate about disability inclusion, about mental wellness, mental illness support, and all the things that were near and dear to our hearts. And we came together as a group in the fall of 2018, and I had used my experience from starting a nonprofit and working in the in the nonprofit sector to create a charter. Expedia Group had no infrastructure for ERGs. We had a few ERGs that were sort of self-governed and self-started around LGBTQ and other marginalized groups, but there was no official program. We had a couple of part-time or half-time, head counts dedicated to it in HR, but very little official policy and protocol. So I created, with the help of our founding members, we created a board of directors. We built a charter, and we sort of came together and officially started September 2018. Had our first member meeting in January of 2019 with 40 people, and that's where it all began, and it's just grown from there.
Wow. So this, started as the two of you, kind of a meeting of the minds. And then it sounds like so much more work went into it besides just starting, an ERG, really laying the framework, designing a charter, coming up with how the ERG will operate. There's a lot of base work that needs to go into that. And, this is on top of your regular jobs that you were doing at the time. So
all this off the side of our desk. And we inspired the other existing ERGs to because Marnie brought something to the table that's so important to me, which is what we called solidarity. We've sort of evolved that into intersectionality, but the concept is that our voices are stronger together, so we're better together. So if all of us marginalized groups unite our voices for the rights and inclusion of oppressed people, then we're going to get more done. So the rising tide will lift all the boats. So we started collaborating with these other ERGs, and AIM co-authored with Pride a 95-page playbook for how to start an ERG. Because the folks working on this back then were, when I asked if they had templating or resources that I could use, they said no, but if you create it, we'll use it. And so we did just that. We created a 95-page playbook complete with instructions for how to start an ERG, how to grow it, templating for finance, budget, just all the components that one would need to run an organization. And that playbook was used to build the current what we call IND, Inclusion and Diversity program that we have today, and IBGs, as we call them, inclusion business groups. And love to hear Marnie's take on this.
Yeah, Marnie, tell us more, Marnie. I'd love to hear.
No, I think there was latent need. There was a latent need for this. And so I think we just had we had really good timing and the right.
Yeah, exactly.
And we now have over 1,100 members of AIM. And we have a parents and caregivers subgroup. It's a private channel where parents and caregivers can talk about the challenges that they face. And we also have our neurodivergence subgroup where we can have conversations about the unique, situations that people with neurodivergence find themselves at work. And we regularly survey our community, and we found that 85% of the people that have joined AIM are there for mental illness and neurodiversity. So it's a really, really big need. And I think we get comments daily on thank you for creating a safe space.
And I'd just like to point out that statistically that number is aligned with, I think, gosh, I hope I get these stats right, but I think something like 70 or 80% of disabilities are hidden, and it's just overwhelmingly comprised of cognitive disabilities, which includes mental illness, neurodiversity, ADHD, these things that often go unseen and undiagnosed, or at least underdiagnosed.
Yeah, and I think it's so important to have a forum where people can feel comfortable to acknowledge those, to speak to those, to, kind of pull back the cloak. So it's so inspiring to hear the work that you've done both for AIM at Expedia Group, as well as the work you've done in terms of intersectionality and really creating that community where all ERGs can thrive. So I love to hear about your camaraderie with other ERGs there at the organization. Before we move forward, Ruby, thank you for your comment for Marnie. That's so sweet of you. And audience, we love to hear your questions for Marnie and Toby and your comments. So anything you'd like to ask our panel here today, feel free to add those in the chat and we'll try to get to those questions. Awesome. So switching a bit away from AIM, I'd love to talk more about Expedia Group's approach to neurodivergent inclusivity. And I know there's a lot of ways y'all do this, both with recruiting candidates, accommodating employees, and even making your products more accessible to users. So I thought we could talk, first of all, perhaps about how you make recruiting candidates a more inclusive experience.
Well, I'll start by saying that we've begun publishing a ton of content on our career site about what we are doing in this space. And, there's a lot more that we have to do, but we are striving to create a more welcoming place where people, feel more understood and appreciated. And fundamental to that, we've launched recently a application and interview accommodation request program. So there's a link on the career site that one can click on to request an accommodation, and then those are sent to the recruiter who is trained to work with the hiring manager to implement those accommodation requests. And those aren't limited to any disability type. It's just sort of left open. Just tell us what you need, and we will do our best to accommodate those requests in the application and interview process. And specifically for people who are blind or low vision like myself, we are part of the IRA employer network, and IRA is artificial intelligence remote access. It's an application that blind and low vision users have on our phones, and it allows a remote live agent to use the camera to help us see, and they can also remotely access our computers to help us click through websites that aren't accessible. We've also worked to that end. We've also worked with our vendor to make the website compliant, such that I don't need IRA, but it's there if I do.
That's so cool. It's so great that Expedia Group is giving candidates that space, to let your recruiting team know what they need. And IRA sounds like it really can, help people like you with low vision to really kind of open a lot of doors and make, this world of remote work so much easier. So glad to know that all those possibilities are available.
I'd like to add that, yes, we're enthusiastic about making EG the best place for all types of workers to work. But we're not, we're not done. Especially when it comes to the invisible disabilities. People are afraid to talk about it. People don't know how to talk about it. So a couple of other things that we're doing that I think are important and relevant is we are reworking the way we train people to interview. Because if somebody has, say, an anxiety disorder and they're incredibly stressed going into the interview, they might have something happen. And if the interviewer doesn't understand that that could be related to a mental health challenge, they may just say, oh, well, this person can't handle anxiety, they're out of here, right? So that's one thing, we got to fix that. And oh my gosh, did I forget what I was going to say?
I was just thinking about little things like making eye contact can really be difficult for some people with certain disability and could be misunderstood by a hiring manager who's conducting an interview. So just like training managers.
Yeah, that's what we're creating. That was the other thing.
Disability inclusion.
Yeah, we're creating a training on mental illness and neurodiversity that's targeted at managers, but is open to anyone. And it's from the voice of AIM. So it is we did empathy interviews with about 50 of our AIM members, and that resulted in a course that we're going to offer to the company from their perspective.
Right.
Oh,
and it is a fast follow to the already required Disability 101 that's required for all managers at the company. So that there's just an introduction to disability, the course that's required for managers, which I believe impacts not only the hiring process, but also the how managers work with existing employees.
Yeah, I think that that's so important, that these type of trainings for managers, both for, recruiting, hiring, as well as for your employees. And let's talk more about employees, but we got some great comments from the chat. I'm sorry if I'm not saying your name correctly. Jojo, the work on ND and mental illnesses that the team is doing is key to the workplace being a safe space to all. Especially when looking at that from the intersectional point of view. So really glad you are aligned with us there. And Anatita, sorry if I'm mispronouncing your name. Marty, Toby, any points you want to add on this one? What if the employee or the candidate doesn't quite know what they need? They just know they need help. From your experience in AIM, what would you recommend to a person like that?
I would recommend that they talk with me or they talk with someone in AIM, right? I mean, ask the community, what have you done? Right? Because there's probably 1,000 ideas of ways you can address it. But most importantly, we need it to be a safe place for you to talk to your manager and your HR professional, because your HR professional will have experience with accommodations that have worked in the past, might have other ideas. And the manager needs to be involved because they need to be bought in, and it's going to help them learn and grow. That's what I would say.
I love that.
I would add to that. I mean, just sort of the same thing Marnie's saying. It's just know yourself, educate yourself on what are your rights and responsibilities. What are the rights and responsibilities of the employer, the potential employer, if you're a candidate, or find your community. Practice self-advocacy, learn how to self-advocate and practice it, because it's really scary. It's super scary to self-advocate, but it's so important to one's success to be able to do so. So find your people and practice self-advocating.
I love that, Toby. I'm sure the first time you picked up the cane, as you mentioned, that was a really scary experience. And, now you're climbing mountains with your guide dog. So I'm sure every time you advocate for yourself, it gets easier.
Just to be clear, no dogs were injured in the making of this summit. I do not take my dog on glaciers or vertical rock walls, but I do take her on backcountry hikes. So for all you dog lovers out there.
Awesome. So we talked a little bit about accommodating employees. Anything else you want to add there? Or I'm sure I am also super interested to hear about how Expedia Group is making your products more accessible.
Yeah, I can dive into that. I too have my dream job, much like Marnie, who by the way taught me how to have my dream job. So thank you, Marnie, for changing my life. I look after inclusive travel since last September, so I'm about 10 or 11 months into this role, which was created for me because I was doing the work off the side of my desk for years, seeing the opportunity that we had to go after a $200 billion market, because people with disabilities are traveling more than the average traveler, and we want to travel even more, according to survey data. So I saw the potential, and I also have a lived experience because I travel with a guide dog. I experience a lot of discrimination and friction in travel. So everything from just doing paperwork to get my dog onto a flight, to all the way through to literally being kicked out of a hotel lobby, having my reservation canceled because the proprietor didn't want a dog in his hotel. That happened to me in Belgium on a Friday night. Left me on the street with nowhere to stay. So I've experienced this firsthand, how difficult it is for people with disabilities to travel, and how anxiety-ridden it can be. And I just wanted to change that, and I wanted to use the power of Expedia's platform to affect that change. So I officially started doing this. There's an entire team of us now working on it, and we started back in 2014 working on our digital experience. We have an amazing digital experience, but the opportunity still exists in making the in-trip experience better, improving outcomes for travelers with accessibility needs. So to that end, we are working with our supply partners to get better and more accurate information about travel products like lodging, hotels and vacation rentals, activities, and so on, and surfacing that to the right user at the right time. So it's no easy task to do this. We have a long way to go, but we are using Expedia's relationship with our partners to encourage them to share more and better information. We are building our digital experience such that travelers with accessibility needs can more easily find the products that suit their needs and be more confident in booking those products with us. And most importantly, we're listening to the traveler. We're asking for feedback, and we're using that to improve the experience for everyone.
Oh, that's so cool. As a product owner, are there any examples or features that you want to highlight that you're especially proud of?
Yeah, I mean, adding sort and filter functionality so that it's just more easy for travelers to find products. Building reporting capability. So like in my case, if I experience discrimination or if I find inaccurate content or fraudulent content on the site, I can report that. So that's something that we're really proud of. And again, just onboarding more relevant inventory, so more accessible rooms from hotels and better information from our partners.
That's so cool. I love that. And I really empathize with your experience with a guide dog in Belgium. That sounds horrible to be, out on the street on Friday night with your dog. I've traveled a lot around South America, particularly, and there are many things that make travel, tricky for people with disabilities. However, I am motivated. I just saw where I live, a girl with mobility issues, mobility difficulties, made the summit of the highest mountain in my province. which is like 10,000 feet above sea level. And so it was, you know what I mean? Slowly but surely, I feel like changes are coming. I want to circle back. We're getting some cool questions in the chat. Maybe Marnie, do you want to take, we have a question from Tegan. Do you want to take, Tegan asks, how can you tell us, how do you get buy-in from managers to generate that culture of accountability to get involved with these initiatives? Y'all mentioned those great trainings that you're having, but that's true. How do you get buy-in from managers to, you know, participate and, you know, really listen?
Well, some managers are just naturally carers, you know, they care about people and they want to get involved, but that's not the norm. I think the biggest thing that we did as a company was that we created an I&D group. So we hired a chief inclusion officer, and he has built out a team of inclusion and diversity professionals to support the company. So, you know, historically, it's just been the ERGs that have been trying to drive everything from the grassroots level up. But I think the fact that we have an actual organization of I&D is really great. Recently, we actually combined our people functions with our I&D functions. So it'll be interesting to see how that benefits or what kinds of challenges might come up with those two sitting so closely together.
And I would add to that, when you're approaching managers just on a very practical level, like Marnie said, you start with empathy. This is just the right thing to do. And you're going to get a lot of people on board from that perspective. But as Marnie pointed out, it's not going to win everyone. So you sort of move to the business case. And especially in a market that we're in right now, where it's an employee market, and we have, you know, there's a lot of companies with many jobs, you know, unemployment's record low. There's an untapped market here. Something like 70% of people with disabilities, the ages 18 to 64, aren't participating in the job market. And for those of us who are participating in the job market, the unemployment rate is twice that of the national average. So that there's a huge untapped market here of talented folks who want to gain and maintain employment. And then, you know, there's a sort of legal component. You know, we have a mandate in many countries that we employ a percentage of workers who identify as disabled. So in the US, it's 7% for federal contractors. Unfortunately, that's not enforced in the private sector unless the company is a federal contractor. But in a lot of countries, it is enforced in the private sector. So there is, you know, that paradigm as well. So you kind of have the empathy, the you know, the right thing to do. You have the business case, the untapped market, and then you have the legal component that may be a motivator as well.
Yeah, I love that, the business case, especially in this candidate's job market. It really makes sense, you know, for companies. And it sounds like in terms of the legal sense, Expedia Group definitely, you know, kind of has their money where their mouth is. But thinking about Stephanie's question, maybe do y'all have experience, or, you know, what could you recommend for a company or a candidate or an employee if their HR department doesn't recognize these disabilities, even with they reference a signed ADA form? Is there any way to advocate for yourself without being viewed as the problem employee?
Well, that's a tough one. I mean, it's true that the stigma exists, bias exists, and that is that's a headwind that we face. I think, like I said earlier, finding the community, finding your people, also engaging with local nonprofits who can help advocate for you, help educate leadership. So there's a lot of charities out there who, at little or no cost to you or the company, can provide training and education to leaders. I realize, saying that there's barriers to even, getting the company to listen. But I think, again, collecting those marginalized voices, it's hard to ignore a large group of people who are saying the same thing, like that we want to be heard. And so uniting marginalized groups and approaching leadership with that voice of solidarity.
I love that. I love that. We're greater than the sum of our parts.
Yeah.
But we also need to address the individual issues that come up as they arise. I had an experience my first year at Expedia Group where I was being discriminated against actively, and I didn't know what to do. How do I prove it? I have mental illness. It's not like, I couldn't get in because my wheelchair didn't fit in the elevator or something, right? So I, as an ally and an activist for people with disabilities, had to learn how to stand up for myself. Right? Because before I could have been like, but then I'm like, wait, I'm the vice president of AIM. I guess I better say something. Right? And I learned a lot. I learned what I should have done earlier in the process. And I learned what works when you have an issue and you need support. So now I can help the rest of the AIM community or anybody at Expedia really navigate the challenges when you aren't being accepted for who you are and are being discriminated against.
That's so great that you're able to kind of share those learnings, having gone through it yourself. And I think, Marnie, this really ties in to what you've written on the Expedia Group blog. You've written a lot about the limitations of workplace wellness programs to help people with mental illness and invisible disabilities. What kind of procedures or policies do you think can work hand in hand with wellness programs to ensure that people with mental illness or invisible disabilities have what they need to really succeed in the workplace?
Yeah, I wish it was easy. There's not an easy answer. I would say there is a really big taboo around mental illness. There is a taboo with neurodiversity, but maybe not quite so much because it's not positioned as an illness and because people, okay, I'm going to say this, rich people's kids have it, right? So it gets more attention. People with neurodiversity really struggle in the workplace. I'm not saying they don't, they do. It's a little easier to talk about neurodiversity though, because it's prevalence in the tech industry. And I'm not against well-being and wellness activities. I think that they can be really helpful, but they're not a cure. And that's the thing. You wouldn't recommend somebody with a broken leg to go running as a way to strengthen their bones. Right?
Yeah, yoga is not going to solve this problem as much as we all love yoga.
I could go to a yoga class and 20 minutes later have a panic attack. Right? It's not related. The yoga is great and really helpful to me as a human being and as a body, right? But mental illness is actually an illness. And those activities don't change the chemistry of my brain. So I think the challenge is if there was one thing we could do, we do it. But it's unique to the person because I listed off all the illnesses I have because we often don't just have one. We're comorbid with multiple. And so that means that I have to be looked at as a unique individual. Now, there could be standard things, right? People like me who have problems with attention, or I have OCD as well. So stuff out of place kind of bothers me. I might say working from home as much as I can and having a whiteboard. Those have saved me. And they're not that hard to implement, right? But it was unique to me and it's made the difference. That's all I've really needed. But someone else might need a different set of things. And so I think the breakthrough that we want to make is that managers get that these don't make us worth less. In fact, my psychiatrist told me there would be no beautiful things, no innovative things, no cool, awesome things in the world if we didn't have people with mental illness and neurodiversity. We would not. So we are where the magic is, and we have innovation built in. So if a manager can go, wait a second, maybe this person would be an advantage on my team. That's what I want. I want the managers to see the potential. And I think that's obviously why I focus on training for the managers. So
Yeah, I
it's
want
not
to see.
easy. We don't have a bunch of solutions, but Toby might have one or two.
Well, I just want to see parity with physical and mental health. So wellness is great. I use meditation to manage my symptoms, and it's fabulous. But I also use exercise to manage my physical health, but it doesn't help when something goes wrong with my physical health. And we're starting to hear, speak about this even at the national policy level with bringing parity between mental health and physical health. So just like physical health, we have wellness and preventative care and all these things, but we also have insurance and policies and practices, procedures, whatever that help us when we become physically ill. So mental illness should be treated the same way, where we have great programs like wellness and preventative care for mental health, but we also have the insurance policies, procedures, protocols in place for those of us who live with mental illness, whether it be permanent, temporary, or episodic. Whatever our experience is like, that it should be treated the same way and with the same lack of stigma. Physical health doesn't have the same stigma and bias, and we need to remove that from mental health as well.
Yeah. I mean, that's so true. Like the new, calling 988 should be just as accessible and easy as calling 911 when you're having an emergency. And yet, I don't think I've ever had a health insurance plan where mental health was treated like physical health. That definitely hasn't, been my case in dealing with multiple healthcare providers. And even looking at the strike of mental health providers going on in California right now, there's definitely, room to improve mental health as it serves our communities. I want to, if it's okay with y'all, we're going to switch away a little bit from that. And Toby, I want to dig a little bit deeper and talk about how you really have been able to live with your disability in the workplace, if that's all right with y'all. I know that you are using some pretty cool assistive technologies for the work you do daily. So I'd love to hear more about those. How do those work? Give our community the details there. And then, how does that work for professionals to format their work, to really kind of use the computer in this remote world we're living in?
Sure. And I just want to start by saying that, assistive technologies they cover the gamut, like Marnie's whiteboard. It's been very simple assistive technology. And there's a myth around the cost of job accommodations that we are too expensive to accommodate as disabled people. But the average cost is only like $500 a year. I use a screen reader. I use JAWS for Windows. JAWS is an acronym that stands for Job Access with Speech. I also use VoiceOver on the Apple platforms. And those are assistive technologies that read aloud information that is visible on the screen. Again, they're very inexpensive relative to what it costs to employ people. VoiceOver is free, built in to the Apple platform. JAWS is a couple $100 a year to upgrade or to keep current. It's maybe $1,000 to purchase the initial license. So in the scheme of things, it's not very expensive. I can't see the mouse pointer, so I use the keyboard to navigate. And to that end, designers and developers have to build inclusively. And I like to say that inclusive design is good design. So if we get this right, for those of us who need it most, it will inherently be more awesome for everybody. If we build websites such that I can navigate with the keyboard and use the screen reader, then they're going to be better and easier to use with a mouse. They're going to be more stable. They're going to be more responsive, and they're going to be more consumable. adding alt text to images is something that, every day in Slack, I see people adding screenshots with no commentary or no alt text. And I have absolutely no idea what this screenshot is or this image. And simply adding text, which Slack has built the capacity for us to do as alternative text, or simply just putting a comment in line with the image, not only gives me access to the information, but anyone who maybe is listening to their messages while driving, or not using the screen. Maybe we have images disabled because we're on a slow connection while we're traveling. There's scenarios that that demonstrate inclusive design is good design. And beyond that, alt text on images makes them searchable. So if I want to go back in time and find that screenshot, and having the alt text makes that more discoverable, more searchable. Formatting is a big deal. Putting tabular data in a table so that I can use the keyboard to navigate the table, rows and columns, and I can stay oriented as to what belongs with what and where. Not using tables where they don't belong. Don't use tables for layout. Use tables for tabular data. Use on a website, you should use things like CSS and web tools to create the layout that you want. Using natural structure like heading level navigation on websites, so properly nesting headings, you should have an H1 at the top that tells what the website does, and then nest those headings underneath that for cascading information based on importance. These are just basic web design practices that we should be doing anyways, and if we do so, it makes the digital product much more inclusive and accessible.
I love that. I love that. And, I think that, also it's the law, to make websites, also it's good to do. And also it's the law.
It is the law. Yeah. We have tons of case law where courts have said that WCAG 2.1 level AA, that's the Web Content Accessibility Guidelines, which not only apply to web, but to any digital content like documents and PDFs and things. That is the law. We recently have the Supreme Court saying that the ADA applies to the digital domain, and the Department of Justice has said that the WCAG guidelines are applicable here. So we have all but legislation, which I'm working on with our Congress to codify this into law. As an advocate and through my role as president of the Disability Empowerment Center in Seattle, we're lobbying Congress to codify this. So yes, it's the law. In short, it's the law.
Yeah, but I love that suggestion. That making these changes is not just good for people with disabilities, but it's good for everyone. I love that example of, putting the alt text on the screen, on the screenshot in Slack. The tool exists, we should use it. And another thing we talked about before, relating back to intersectionality, letting people give comments or ask questions in a written format rather than just speaking. That's just not good for people who may have maybe low vision, but it's good for people who are, are not speaking in their native language. Then It might take them a little bit longer to format the question. I know I need a lot longer to format questions in Spanish than I do in English. Awesome.
Same with anxiety. Someone with anxiety, it might just be better for them to write the answers than maybe have a panic attack in the interview.
Oh, that's such a good point. That's such a good point, Marnie. So we've got one more question from Kay, and then we're going to wrap it up. So Kay asks, what online shareable resources do you recommend as a reference when composing an accommodation request? And that's a big one. So Marnie and Toby, you both have your thinking faces on. Any kind of, just doesn't have to be the number one resource, but any favorite resources that come to mind to share with Kay?
Yeah, there's Disability In. It's disability inclusion, but the brand is Disability In. They have a ton of resources around equal access to employment. Also, there's a lot of influencers on YouTube that I love their advice and commentary direction. There's a really cool channel called How to ADHD that I love. I'm sorry the name is escaping me of the woman who runs that channel, but it's easy enough to find How to ADHD. It's really cool because that's a common diagnosis, one that I have. And Marnie, did you have other shareable resources?
I was just going to be totally honest that I just am really good at searching the internet. You know, if I need to write up something around accommodation, I'd just search until I found the ones that I like and then kind of combine them together into my requests. But
yeah, and I just thought of another one called the Job Accommodation Network, JAN, which is a .gov by the Department of Labor that has a wealth of resources that you can reference. And I should have thought of that first because Job Accommodation Network. So that's a great resource that you can use from the Department of Labor.
And you should work with your doctor, because your doctor has probably had to do this before, right? Help someone get an accommodation, and they may have some tips and tricks for you. And honestly, we listen when a doctor says you need an accommodation.
Yeah, and I would expand that to healthcare professional, because my GP probably knows a lot less than my therapist does about how to accommodate my mental illness. So yeah, ask and work with your healthcare professional.
Yeah,
that's a really good tip. Awesome. So to wrap up, because we've just got 1 or 2 more minutes, I'd love each of you to kind of give our audience your kind of final goodbye parting message. You know, what do you want to share? What do you want our team to take away from today?
Oh my gosh. The first thing that popped into my mind was, this is scary and it takes a lot of courage, but it's worth it. Self-advocate, learn to self-advocate, find your community, surround yourself with people who share your experience, and be brave. This is the movement of our time. And you have a lot of people around you, whether you know it or not, who share your experience and who care about your success. So lean in to your identity.
The thing that came up for me was be what you want to receive. So if you want to receive kindness, be kind. If you want to receive love, be loving. If you want to receive compassion, be compassionate. I think that's the best we can do, is model the behaviors that we want from others. And when others fail us, we need to say something. They won't learn unless we say something.
I love that. Thanks so much, Marnie, Toby, for those parting words. Thank you for your time today. It's been really great to speak to you about AIM, about your personal journeys with disability and neurodivergence. It's so cool to hear all the things y'all are doing there at Expedia Group and for the wider audience. And then also, as I work with Expedia Group here at Power to Fly, I just want to shout out that they are going to be in our virtual job fair. That's going to be tomorrow at 11 Eastern. So if you are interested in talking with recruiters at Expedia, learning more about their job openings, I encourage y'all to check that out tomorrow at 11 Eastern.
Thank you, Wendy.
Thank you.
Thanks, Wendy.
For making this happen.
Wendy, thank you so much for facilitating that discussion. Marnie and Toby, I am in awe of all of the things that y'all have accomplished. Thank you so much for sharing your stories with us. It was absolutely wonderful. All right, as we onboard our next set of speakers and get everybody up on stage, I just want to say hello and welcome. Thank you so much for joining Power to Fly today. You are joining us in the middle of day 1 of our Diversity Reboot 2022 Virtual Summit Series. Now, August's focus is all on neurodivergencies, disabilities, invisible disabilities, all kinds of stuff. So I'm super excited, and I hope that you all are just as excited as I am to keep these conversations going. Now, one thing that I want to highlight before we jump in here is that today's events, like all of our virtual events, are about you. They're about our community, and we want to make sure that the time that you spend with Power to Fly is well worth it. So to that end, you are welcome and encouraged to share questions for the speakers, comments. Do you agree with what we're talking about? Do you have a different lived experience? Let us know. We want to hear from you. So please feel free to add any comments, questions, anything you got into the group chat. It's on the side, on the right-hand side of the screen in front of you. Now, if you are looking to earn SHRM credits from today's sessions, you are going to want to refer to the code that's at the top of the slide in front of you. I think today's code is, let me read it off here. Today's code is 22-CUZAR. Now, I do want to briefly refer you to the code of conduct. We are putting that in the group thread right now. It's just there to ensure that everybody has a positive experience today. So just remember, as always, when we're connecting with each other, networking with speakers, just make sure that we're leading from a place of kindness and respect. Now, if as we get on and move on into our session, just to reiterate, please feel free to add questions or comments in the chat thread. And if you have any technical difficulties, please feel free to tag in San Maya. I'm also in the chat thread. I just might not be as quick to respond because, I'm up on stage with our great speakers. Now, I'm very excited to introduce you to the person I get to talk to today. So Jess Osbrow is the co-founder and DEI expert at The Rise Journey. Now, Jess, self-described, has the energy of 4 people and gets stuff done. So Jess's goal is to create fundamental change in people operations. And as a co-founder and COO of The Rise Journey, she operationalizes DEIBA, which stands for diversity, equity, inclusion, belonging, and accessibility. She helps to operationalize those strategies as part of building foundational and sustainable organizational culture. Now, Jess works to empower inclusive, diverse, equitable, and accessible workplaces for all employees. As a no BS kind of person, Jess is focused on hands-on engagement, real-world experiences, and communicating successes and struggles in personal and professional realms. Now, her talks and workshops are engaging, transparent, relatable, and have action-oriented takeaways. Jess has an extensive background working with startups, specifically in international tech and mental health. Her focus areas include career development, invisible disability advocacy, imposter syndrome, diversity recruitment and engagement strategies, employee resource groups, as well as women in tech. Jess, I'm so excited to welcome you to the stage. Is there anything else you would like to share with our audience before we dive in on questions?
Just the big one is drop comments and drop questions into the chat. If there's one takeaway from talking about invisible disabilities today, is that not enough people are asking questions, not enough people are commenting, people aren't saying something doesn't feel right or what doesn't feel right. And so really engaging with me, with your fellow audience members, with all of these other talks today, constantly asking questions and elevating the type of questions is really key.
Yes. Oh, absolutely. Yes. Okay, so one of the things we wanted to talk about here is the impact of people and their invisible disabilities on their career, their work, their ability for growth. And one of the populations that is incredibly impacted by this is women. So can you talk about maybe why we see this trend, what the trend seems to be, and then what that impact would be on those groups?
Yeah, so for context, about 3 years ago, 4 years ago, COVID time is weird, maybe more than that even, I started running a survey for women in invisible disabilities to understand what was going on. I myself had hit a particular low point. I have depression and anxiety. I have been on medication for 10 plus years for both of those. And I hit a really bad low at work. I had a bad performance review that I felt was unwarranted. I was in a toxic work culture. My long-term boyfriend just broke up with me, and I was just like, straight down. And I reached out to
you were doing great.
Yeah, right. Like love, life, great.
Just crushing it. Yeah.
And I reached out to one of my women's networks, Dreamers and Doers. If you haven't seen Dreamers and Doers, definitely check it out. And said, I can't be the only one feeling like this. I can't be the only one struggling at work and personal and all of these things. What is going on? Has anybody else been here? Does anybody else have any tips or words of advice? And ultimately, I got an incredible outpouring of support. And again, this was a women community. And they said, I've been there. Here's what happened to me. Here's my story. Here's what's going on. You're not alone. Call me, reach out to me, email me, whatever. And I said, okay, nobody's talking about women and invisible disability specifically. And invisible disability, just again, context, can be something related to mental health like mine, depression and anxiety. It could be short-term, maybe somebody temporarily has cancer and recovers. It could be long-term, like a chronic illness, Lyme disease. There's a lot of different pieces that fit under the invisible disability umbrella that aren't necessarily recognized by the government. And so really, in my opinion, the best person to identify if they have an invisible disability or not is the individual themselves. Does something that you do not control affect you in a way that disables your ability to work? So I have a very liberal stance on that. So I started this Google survey. It was pretty basic, saying, do you identify with any one of these lists or anything else? You know, how does it impact your work? So on and so forth. And ultimately, you know, there were 3 core themes that came back from this research about women and really what happened with them. And I'm going to pull it up just a second. I have a screenshot from a presentation. The big things that I found out were that the coping skills that these women created in the workplace became their superpowers. Oftentimes women were diagnosed later in their careers or their personal lives with a disability. They had to create better and new strategies rather than the traditional kind of in the box thinking, that out of the box thinking, and learn skills by trying and doing versus just kind of innate. And then there was a lot of overcompensation for these skills to cover and make sure that nobody could see in the cracks in the, you know, what was actually happening. Other piece was stunted career growth. Because there was a lot of self-diagnosis, treatment was often delayed, or, you know, if there anybody who's ever gone to the doctor's office in the body of someone who isn't a cisgendered man, you can recognize that you've probably encountered difficulties or people not believing you or saying your pain isn't this bad or this, that, and the other thing. So folks often didn't get treatment. Like I mentioned, not being part of a protected class, there are some disabilities that are very obviously protected by the government and the ADA laws. But a lot of folks, if you don't identify, if you can't get treatment, if you can't get a diagnosis, you're not covered. And that means that your employer can fire you, especially if you're in an at-will state like New York, and there are other at-will states. And then ultimately, a lot of stigma and a lot of shame often put on themselves, you know, saying, oh, Meg is automatically going to judge me, so I'm not going to tell her anything because I don't want to have that stigma and shame. So putting up wall after wall after wall, in addition to all the steps that an employer brings to the table. And then the biggest win and takeaway from the folks who were talking was that having a safe and supportive community, often specific to an identity, in my case, gender, but, you know, whether you are a person of color, Black, or have another, you know, marginalized identity, having that community, digital, in person or not, didn't matter, but having that community was vital. And so in terms of trends and kind of where things are going, I nerd out really hard about ERGs, employee resource groups, affinity groups, BRGs, whatever you want to call them. It's my nerd zone because you're creating ideally these spaces internally at an organization that say, hey, this is a disability friendly space. This is a people of color friendly space. Again, whatever identities, mental health, there's a million ways to have an ERG. And knowing that that third piece of those safe and important communities was such a big, big piece, to be able to have those inside of the workforce starts to kind of build some cracks into kind of this tech bubble that we've been existing in, the Silicon Bro tech bubble that, you know, many people and not everyone has been living in. So starting to see some shifts, starting to see some trends where those personal and professional spaces are really starting to kind of commingle in a productive way and hopefully stay a productive way. But there still is a tremendous amount of stigma. There still aren't a lot of people talking and saying, hey, I have depression and anxiety, and like, I got out of bed today and my brain doesn't work. I had a day the other day this week, I'm coping with some personal trauma right now. And I got up and I did 2 hours worth of calls and I said, I can't do anything else today. And I canceled all the rest of my calls and literally laid in bed for 6 hours. And my boyfriend got me up for dinner and put me back to bed. And that's my depression and that's my anxiety at work. And that's real. If I were to work through that, you would get really shitty shoddy product, sorry if I'm cursing. And it's not worth having me be live as an employee in that space. Now, I left the workforce and now work for myself, which is part of some of the issues that I've had, but I'll pause there and happy to.
No, I think you raise a lot of really good points. And we're getting comments in the chat thread. So people are absolutely on board with what you're saying. Cecilia had said that they are autistic and have ADHD, and the constant masking or overcompensation causes so much burnout just to exist in the workplace. Thank you for sharing your diagnosis with us, Cecilia, as well as Jess. Thank you. I live with bipolar disorder type 2, ADHD, anxiety, was the other one. There's like a big long stream of something, like, you know what I mean? It's like, I saw a meme the other day that was like, isn't it great how mental illness is basically buy one, get 7 free? And it truly is. Like, you do see these people that have like a lot of stuff going on. And I feel like with women, especially, I mean, we already mask like physical health concerns. It's absolutely something that is recognized. And so the idea of kind of then layering the extra stigma that unfortunately still exists in a lot of places, really puts up incredible barriers to getting help, which not only is going to benefit the individual, but also all of those bubbles they are a part of outside of just themselves. Christina had chimed in saying, as a woman, getting mental health treatment and medication is used against you if you're in a divorce, which puts us in a place to have to work without mental health support when you're already going through something traumatic like a divorce. So yeah, I mean, this makes a ton of sense that, a lot of people would spend their time trying to mask. I mean, before I was diagnosed, I did the same thing, but I didn't realize what I was doing. I thought I was just like pretending to adult the way everybody else pretends to adult. Yep. So yeah, I think that's wonderful to hear that, this is something that's being looked at. Can you talk about what that looks like for entrepreneurship? You had talked about how you work for yourself now, as opposed to, working outside of the home or outside of your own org. What does that impact of hiding these invisible disabilities have on entrepreneurship?
Yeah, so for those entrepreneurship external to the current business, entrepreneurship inside a current, if you're working full time. This is, I think, one of the biggest losses for organizations who don't recognize the potential for entrepreneurship. I've worked in L&D, I've worked in DEI, I've worked in HR, and fortunate enough to have a coach who lived next door when I was 18 and started coaching me at the age of 18. And so I try to pay that forward in the workplace, and recognizing that specifically this women with disability community, invisible disability community, gets ignored so often. And so when you think about their talents that are overlooked, when you think about their potential that is overlooked, when they're constantly pushed down, and again, marginalizing this, and I see Sarita put in the chat, she's queer Latin, when you add those other marginalized identities on top, all of this gets expounded. So like, I'm talking from the perspective as cisgendered white woman, I come with a lot of privilege. So for me to be experiencing these pieces, again, then compounded by being a person of color, being a person who doesn't identify on the gender binary, some of these other pieces, it's just going to amplify all of the pieces that I'm saying. So please don't feel left out, because you're being marginalized as well in a different capacity. But so thinking about, when we would say who deserves to get assigned to a special project, to lead a special project, who has the capacity to do so, who has the ingenuity to do so, and women with disabilities are getting left out of the conversation left and right. One, because they're not self-nominating oftentimes. I tend to be a bit of a loudmouth. I'm a pretty good self-advocate. I was raised with some really great advocates who I saw and learned their behavior, but most people don't advocate for themselves fully and successfully. And so also there's a huge part of this community saying, how can I advocate for you, Meg? And how can you advocate for me? And being in those shoes and those levels of positions where you can do that. But so organizations are losing out on this entrepreneurship, saying, Meg, I want you to lead this project because I know you have X, Y, and Z, and you're capable of D, E, and F. You go do this and make the company a bunch of money. Because for me, I love all the touchy-feely part about DEI, but DEI is a business objective. If business is like, we've covered this already. There's a zillion articles. Like, if you say like, oh, let's get away from the business case, like, Jesus already, let's move on. And so when you think about the entrepreneurship and people's talents, it may not align with how you think or how you do stuff. And Jackie, I see you mentioned autism in the chat. It's a huge undervalued community because we don't know how their brains work well because science. And then people with autism, we don't know how their brains work well in business because nobody said, hey, actually, there's an organization called Divergent, DAI Vergent. Spelling is not my thing, but I know the founders is specific to autistic workforce and supporting organizations with an autistic workforce. So, and in tech specific fields. So him and his company are the experts on saying, how do these minds work and how can they best support organizations? But not enough people are asking those questions. Yeah. So everybody who's here today, those are the questions I say, hey, could somebody with autism bring something to the table that we don't already have? Could someone with a disability bring something to the table that we don't already have? And the answer almost always is going to be yes.
Yeah, because you're looking for that culture gap, right? You're trying to figure out what is not represented in that room yet.
Exactly.
Yeah. I love that. We're getting a lot of comments in the chat thread about, like you had said, not nominating yourself, not being an advocate for yourself. Christina had said, I think the most ironic part of having mental illness is when you finally find groups or communities that accept and understand you, the self-doubt is still rampant.
Yep.
I relate to this hard. Like, because I mean, granted, like, you know, ADHD, anxiety, depression, these are becoming much more understood and more recognized and more shared experiences. But it's always a concern that I have is by either sharing that I'm bipolar with someone, like, are they going to see me, or are they going to immediately think of, you know, whatever examples they've seen in movies or television or whatever, like, are they going to see me, or are they going to see a crazy person? Is that how they're going to
diagnosis first versus people first?
Exactly. Well, and even then, like, we've talked to a couple experts today, there were some people that very much still use people first language. And there are other, like, entire companies that really believe that identity first is important, because you want to see that person for what they are, for who they are. Yep. So yeah, I mean, like, there are so many different ways to cover this depending on what your preference is personally.
And I just want to echo that specifically for identity first, saying I am a woman who is, or I am a person who has a disability versus I am a disabled person. Go with whatever the person says. And don't ask them, do you prefer person first or identity first or disability first? Because just like most other things in this world, it's not a black and white. It's not like this is the correct answer and this is not. But some people make it really awkward, just like pronouns. Hey, Meg, I don't know your pronouns. Can you share those with me? Same thing. Hey, you identified as being disabled. Do you do disability first? Just ask. If you have any questions, most people are very, very open to just saying, oh yeah, this is how I go by. Thanks for asking.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, on my part, I've done the same thing where I try and assume good intent, especially if people say something that's like not really the way I prefer to say it. But I mean, like, I think like everybody has those kinds of things, and sometimes they'll make sense to you and sometimes they won't, but it doesn't matter. You're supposed to listen to the person, you know, like, technically I have a mental illness. Like, it's not even technically, it's true. I don't like to be referred to as mentally ill.
Yeah.
Can't explain to you why. Doesn't matter that it's accurate, it's absolutely truthful, but like, it's just not something I prefer. And so, you know, asking these questions and kind of checking, like keeping up with that gut check of like, hey, am I doing this correct for you? Is this how you prefer to have it done? Is like so important. Let's talk about that vulnerability, right? That it really takes to be able to speak about, you know, these things as they impact your career. How can companies, or how can teams cultivate a safe space for people with disabilities so that they are free to have that vulnerability to say, you know, what they need or what they are dealing with that day?
Yeah. So I started using the phrase DIBA. There's a zillion acronyms of DEIJ, DEIB. There's a zillion ones. I started using DIBA specifically to add to that accessibility piece in. And I like to talk about accessibility, not from the perspective of disability, but from the perspective of everybody works differently and everybody does their best work in different environments. And accessibility is about enabling everybody to do their best work. I know there's another panelist or speaker today, Hannah Olson, who is the founder of Disclo, which is an organization that helps employers get accommodations for their employees in a stigma-free way. And fair disclosure, I advise the organization, so I'm very close and very intimate with them and what their product is. And one of the reasons I do advise them is because the potential was there, because nothing was filling that gap to say, how does everybody do their best work? And how do we enable that from a literal systems? Like I just went to pick up my laptop, like from a systems, my monitor, my laptop. And my own personal example is back when I was doing recruitment, I think better when moving, like physically moving my legs. And so when my company offered me some stipend for work from home when COVID happened, I got an under the desk treadmill, and I'm not using it right now because I don't do it on this. And it folds up and it goes right under my bed. It was like $300 on Amazon, and I try not to promote buying from Amazon, but whatever. And I think better when moving. And so when I'm in meetings, when I'm discussing, especially when I'm not the main person speaking, I'm on that treadmill. One, it's healthy, gets me exercise. I live in the middle of boonies in New Hampshire. There's nowhere to walk, run, move, anything. So it gets me movement, gets me some exercise, some endorphins. And two, it just helps me work better. Is that technically an accommodation for a disability? I could probably make an argument for it, because if it releases endorphins, that helps my disability of depression and anxiety, and it makes me at ease, blah, blah, blah. I can do the trail, but I shouldn't have to. And that's for me what, you know, there's some straight up accommodations. If you have a hearing loss issue, you should have headphones that allow you to hear better, or, you know, make sure that there is closed captioning on absolutely everything that could possibly have closed captioning. Others are a little looser. But when you think, especially in this remote world, if I am building my workstation, I have my standing desk, that enables me to do better work, which means that, Meg, if you were my employer, you're getting better value. Your ROI out of me is much higher. Just by spending $300-$400 on me for my perfect desk situation, what happens if I'm 10, 20, 30, 500xing that? And what happens if you do that for every person? Not just every person with a disability, but every person in your organization had the workstation that allowed them to do their best work. Yeah. And so shifting that dynamic Going back to vulnerability, when's the last time you heard one of your C-suite members say, I have a disability, or I have a mental health condition, or I need just to take a break because I'm exhausted? You know,
that one's just as powerful. Seriously, you don't have to be mentally ill or have like a disability or diagnosis to relate to people, right? Being like transparent about like, hey, stuff's not going great today. I need a mental break. That is fine. That's great. I love to see that. I love to see that modeled for people.
Yep. We're starting to also see a trend. I believe LinkedIn just did it, and maybe Nike just did it. And actually my org, even though we're only 20 people, we're doing it, of giving a mental health week or just a week off. And more companies are getting into that practice of saying, this is not part of your PTO. We just want to say, take the week. And that just seems like the biggest obvious, like, duh, of course you would do that. Like, why wouldn't you, instead of saying, okay, you go on vacation this week and you go on vacation this week and you go on vacation this week, and then it's a total cluster when everybody comes back because everybody was off at different times, which still should happen, but give everybody a week or two a year where you just say, this is time off. This is space for you. You don't have to say this is a mental health day. You don't have to say this is a vacation day. Like, you do you. Those kinds of pieces are really important. There's been a lot of conversation about, should you put like a mental health day in your HRIS system for people to choose? The answer is maybe, but probably not, because you don't want people to have to say, well, am I doing a mental health day? Am I taking a day off? Is this just because I'm tired? Like, people just need time off, done. If you want to say, hey, for our data, would you categorize this as a sick day, as a mental health day, as a vacation day? Sure, but you shouldn't require that. People should be able to take the time they need. So by putting in systems and structures, such as disclose, such as, hey, we don't make you say if you're specifically taking a mental health day, you can just take a day. Sharing examples of how people take PTO. A lot of startup world have a limited PTO and people don't take it. And, you know, it's a tactic to get people to take less PTO. It sounds cool and sexy. I'm a big advocate of minimum time off. At this company, we have unlimited time off, but we require you to take 4 weeks off a year consecutive, like 4 consecutive weeks. Why aren't organizations implementing that? And then you say, oh, well, I can take 1 week off a quarter. So having minimum PTO, every manager should be required to know exactly, have a chart, have a dashboard, whatever, of exactly how much time off their direct reports have taken. And when was the last time? And if they haven't taken a day off in 30 days, you should say, you need to take the next Friday off. You need to take a 4-day weekend. It doesn't have to be a week-long thing, but telling people how they can appropriately take PTO in a way that is appropriate for their health, not appropriate usage by the company standards, but for their own health. So there are some really easy, like light switch things you can do. Hey, let's just say minimum time off. Boom. How do you, okay, then how do you track it? Next step, boom. You have a dashboard, boom. Like, these are all things that are in systems we already have. This does not require new systems to track this or ask people to do this.
Oh, I love that. I very much like the idea of being able to kind of plug and play. I feel like a lot of people feel that this is a very arduous thing to tackle, and it doesn't have to be, right? It does not, you don't have to make it, make that molehill into a mountain before you tackle it.
Yep.
And thank you so much for calling out, you do DEIBA, so disability, equity, inclusion, belonging, and accessibility. I think accessibility has definitely been left off that for way too long. So very, very important to recognize the importance of all of those factors.
Yep.
All right, let's talk about how people or how orgs can improve these inclusionary best practices, but have a focus on employees that often won't disclose invisible disabilities. I did this in past roles where I didn't want to call attention to whatever I had going on. And so like we talked about earlier, I would mask, or I would, work around it, find some other way that I could, kind of work on things on my end so that from outside, it was not apparent that I was struggling or that I needed something else. What do you think needs to happen to improve these best practices for all employees?
Yeah, the phrase what's good for the goose is good for the gander, which is such a weird phrase anyway, but that comes to mind of what's good for a disabled employee is often good for a regular employee. Regular, and again, regular, I use terms normal, like
average,
but nobody is regular, especially not when it comes to disability. Like, there's so many kind of anomalies. But thinking about, if you assume that every employee is masking, go into the situation and assume that and say, what can we do to get people to do their best work, to disclose to the appropriate people when they need to? And that does not mean saying, hey, company, I have depression, but it might be saying, hey, manager Meg, I just wanted to let you know that this is I have depression and this is how it manifests, and I will keep you apprised if something happens. That's disclosure to a specific person versus an entire org. There's also disclosing on a company level. Everybody talks about the EEOC survey, equal EEOC, I don't know what it stands for, but
Equal Employment Opportunity Commission.
thank you. Yeah, so the
That
EEOC,
sounds right.
yeah, where they ask, are you a woman? Are you a man? Are you, how do you identify? Are you this? Are you that? When I did the survey, let's see, I'm finding the stat here. 57% of those said they'd not ask for reasonable accommodations. People didn't even know the term. A lot of people opted out of that question because they didn't even know the term reasonable accommodations. What can I even ask for in the workplace? So just like everything else I'm going to talk about, it's about transparency, it's about communication, and it's about documentation. Every organization says, hey, if you need a reasonable accommodation, this is how we define, or this is how the government defines reasonable accommodation. And if you are a multinational organization, I suggest going with the most liberal laws versus the most conservative laws. So to US, somewhere in the middle there. But say this is how, if you have a disability, here's 5 things you can do. You can disclose to your manager. Here's some LinkedIn learnings to do that. Here's what you can do if you want to ask for reasonable accommodation. If we have this or use Disclo or anything else to get, here's some things that we automatically offer that you can just say, I want that. You don't even have to say I have a disability, but hey, I could use a screen reader, or I could do something.
Desk, yeah, there's a lot of these things.
And so if, as an organization, you just automatically say, like, if you need this, just ask for it. We're not going to ask questions. We're going to assume that you need it, because that's an employer. How many employers out there when you first get hired send out and say, hey, what equipment do you need? Instead of saying, here's your MacBook, what happens if you said, hey, we offer you $1,000 for a computer stipend and we offer these things. Do you have any preferences? Ask that before even their start date, so it shows up on day one. There's a lot of little things that really don't cost a lot of money. Of course, there are a lot of accommodations that can cost $1 zillion, but if you just say, hey, start here, and if you need more, this is the process. Document it. They should be part of training. If you have a learning management system or an LMS, right in there from day one. If you don't, PowerPoint it is, and just have it be really easy. Have it on an intranet, have it linked. Make sure that anybody can access it from day 1 to day 1,000, which hopefully you're there for more than 1,000 days. Modern employers, let's see what's going on.
Yeah. No, I'm loving everything I'm hearing here. I keep getting distracted by the chat because I'm seeing all of the wonderful messages from people in there. Celia was saying that they're jealous because they have terrible PTO and feel like they're having to make kind of chess moves anytime you need time off. Yep. And for anybody with, with a disability or a condition that is not static, this is even harder, right? Because you don't know from one day to the next. I'm personally a huge fan of spoon theory. It's a pretty well-known idea, but I'll share some links in case you're curious. But it's this idea that you never know how much, how much energy or how much, resources you're going to start the day with, right? You might have 3 spoons that have to get you through the day, and you start the day with 3. But then what happens tomorrow when you don't wake up with 3? Right? You gotta keep doing things. You gotta kind of borrow against time. It's rough, right? And so I feel like a lot of the time, just trying to get people who are not impacted by these issues, trying to get them to understand that it's a moving target. I'm going to tell you what I can to get accommodations that'll help, but it's also about the employer having good expectations, right? Being understanding about what the situation is. I might know. Oh, go ahead, please.
Focusing on outcomes, not actions.
Yes.
What is your role and what are the expected outcomes? A lot of companies absolutely suck at goals. They absolutely suck at goal setting. They absolutely suck at metrics. And that's one of the things we go through. And people are like, when we do our DEI audits or engagement survey audits, they say, you're making recommendations that have nothing to do with DEI. And I'm like, pause.
But they do.
Exactly do. Because if somebody doesn't know how they need to perform in order to get a promotion or a raise, how do you expect them to perform to that ability? Then it's all arbitrary. And so getting really specific and being really clear. And for the person who has bad PTO, start talking, saying, hey, our PTO sucks. And if you feel comfortable identifying, or you can say, hey, from the perspective of somebody who might have this identity, this PTO could be really frustrating and we might be limiting our candidates. And we talk about, ultimately, all this comes back to is hey, can we get more diverse candidates into our pipeline? Hate that. But if you can go and say on your careers page, we offer a $500 build your own at work stipend. We offer flexible blank. We offer a mental health reimbursement. Even if our insurance doesn't cover it, we're going to offer $30 a session. You do it through this anonymous portal, blah, blah, blah. If you say that on your careers page, you better believe the folks with disabilities, you better believe the folks with mental illness, to believe the folks who are parents, who are birthing parents are going to say, oh shit, that is where I want to work. And that's right? What the employer says they want, but they don't take the actions toward.
Yeah, no, I think that's key, and it really does highlight what we've been talking about is those best practices to bring in these people, this talent that you want to, you want to make the most of. it's a little bit of that kind of field of dreams mentality, right? You build it before you can expect them to show up. People aren't going to go stand in a field because you told them there's going to be a baseball diamond in 6 weeks or whatever, right? So I think that that is huge. We are almost out of time today. I'm so sorry. We had great questions in the chat thread. We tried to get to as many as possible, but Jess, where can people follow up with you if they are interested in learning more about what you do, want to support? What should people know?
I'm one of like 7 Osros in the world and on LinkedIn. So if you search Osro, you're going to find me. I'm pretty prolific on there. That's probably the easiest place to connect. The Rise Journey, just like it sounds, online. We really work to close the gap between organizational development and DEI or DEBA, and really make sure that organizations are thinking holistically about this, especially when it comes to, attraction, retention, and engagement of women and folks with disabilities, particularly. Really making sure that they're recognizing that, again, what's good for the goose is good for the gander. What's good for an employee who is marginalized, who is of color, who is of this and that and the other thing, is good for all employees. And so recognizing that good employee engagement is good employee engagement. And find me, talk to me. I do a lot of just chats. I have my booking link on there. Would love to talk to anybody about this. Sales call, not sales call, all the things. And if you know your workplace needs accommodations, check out Disclo. I cannot say how excited I am that they are just really democratizing accessibility for the average workplace.
Loving this. I'm going to check out all of the resources you mentioned. Thank you so much, Jess, for spending time with us. This has been wonderful, and I hope we get to do this again soon.
Thank you so much for having me.
Thanks. All right, as we go on into our next session, room A is going to be on a break for a half hour. So I encourage you to head on over to the B track. There's a talk going on right now about authentic media representation for people within the disability or neurodivergent communities. So I definitely recommend you head out over there. This channel will be back and active at 2 o'clock. I'll be in conversation with Michael Hales, who's from the National Geospatial Intelligence Agency. And we're going to be talking about neurodiversity recruitment and retention and what that looks like at their org. So I hope that y'all will go head over to track B, enjoy the discussions happening there. This track will be back in a half an hour at 2 p.m. Eastern. Have fun, y'all. Take in the speeches. We'll see you then. Bye. Hey, everybody. Welcome back. We are so happy to have you joining us for day one of our Diversity Reboot 2022 Virtual Summit Series. Now, we are going to be continuing some of the amazing conversations that we've been having all day. If you are just now joining us, welcome. We are so happy to have you. Now, just as a quick reminder, August's theme for the virtual summit is on destigmatized. We're talking about visible and invisible disabilities and neurodivergence. So all of this should be something that you all are just as excited as I am to keep talking about. And it's something y'all should know, especially if this is your first Power to Fly event, or if it's your 50th and maybe you haven't been back here with us for a while. I'll go over some real quick housekeeping items just so everybody can have the best possible experience today. So as you are listening to our upcoming speaker, we want you to participate. We want to make sure that the time that you spend with Power to Fly is well worth it. So if you've got questions, shout them out in that group chat. It's on the the right-hand side of the screen in front of you. You can share questions, comments, maybe your lived experience is different than ours. Please feel free to share. Now, while you are connecting with our speakers and networking with your fellow attendees, just make sure that, as always, we are leading from a place of kindness and respect. If you want more details on this, my colleague Sanmaya is sharing the link to our code of conduct there. And Sanmaya and I are also available in that chat on the right-hand side of your screen. In case you have any kind of tech issues or whatever, please feel free to tag us in. Now, if you are looking to earn SHRM credits from today's conversations, I'm going to direct you to the code that's at the top of the slide in front of you. Today's code is 22-CUZAR. If you're not part of the Society of Human Resource Managers, don't sweat it. You don't have to worry about codes or anything. You just get to kick back and enjoy today's conversations. Now, before I introduce our speaker, the last thing that I want to highlight for y'all is our merch store. It's open. Sanmaya just shared a link to it. 100% of the proceeds from all purchased merchandise go to benefit a company called Trans Tech Social. They are an org that focuses on economically empowering transgender people, and 100% of the proceeds from anything that's bought on our merch store is going to specifically support technical boot camp fees for Black, transgender, or non-binary people on their way to a degree in engineering, or sorry, a career in engineering. So check it out, shop the swag. There's some great stuff there, and you'll be, all kitted out and ready to go. So as we move into our conversation, I'm really excited to introduce you to our speaker today. Michael Hales is the Deputy Director of Analysis, Tradecraft, and Technology Group at the NGA, which is the National Geospatial Intelligence Agency. So he's been with the NGA for 16 years. Mike also served at the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Agency, also known as NOAA and OAA, prior to joining the NGA. Mike joined the Senior Executive Service in 2018 and is also a co-senior champion for NGA's neurodiversity efforts. Mike, I'm really excited to get today's conversation started. Is there anything else about you that our audience should know, or anything else you'd like to share before we dive into our questions? Oh, you're on mute, Mike.
Thank you.
There you go.
No, I'll just give time to the audience to ask questions. So.
Awesome.
Thank
cool.
you.
Thanks. All right. So like Mike said, if you've got questions, please feel free to send them in. I'll get to as many as we can. Ask early, ask often. We want to make sure that you get the answers that you came to today's session to get. All right. So I wanted to talk to you, Mike, first off, about how the NGA is working towards neurodiversity inclusion. To start us off, could you give us the definition of neurodiversity that y'all use most? Who are we talking about when we discuss, this neurodiversity initiative?
Hey, thanks a lot, Megan. Just make sure you can hear me now. So, first of all, I just want to say thanks to Power to Fly to include us in your agenda and be part of this event. And I'm glad you asked, your question in the way, like, how do we define it? Because I feel like the least qualified person here to be able to give a medical definition of anything. But neurodiversity is really, as we see it, an umbrella term. It's not necessarily a diagnosis, and conditions that fall under that umbrella term of neurodiversity can include conditions like dyslexia, Tourette's, ADHD, high anxiety, and of course, also autism. So in this discussion, I'll really be focusing on NGA's neurodiversity pilot And even though we defined the pilot under the umbrella term of neurodiversity, we did the pilot with the specific focus on autism. And then after we went through the pilot that I'll talk about, at the end of it, we realized that, we wanted to kind of focus our agency's efforts on the conditions that fall under that umbrella term as we encounter them, and not limit our efforts just to autism. So, we see it as neurodiversity describes the idea, that people experience and interact with the world in different ways. And there's not one right way to do that. There's not one right way to think or to learn or to behave. And in fact, we don't even want a workforce that thinks and learns and behaves the exact same way. So we really see that as a benefit, and we're trying to figure out how to harness and utilize, the power of that diversity in our organization.
Oh, loving that answer. And you're right, it is a big tent, and it's getting bigger every day. And you're right, like for a very long time, conditions like autism and Asperger's were kind of seen as the only thing within the neurodivergent umbrella. And you called out exactly, like, things like dyslexia, that previously to my diagnosis, I honestly didn't consider to be part of, neurodivergence, but obviously that was, an incorrect assumption on my part. I live with bipolar type 2 and ADHD, in addition to like major depressive disorder, anxiety, all the fun stuff. But you're right, it is very important to remember that when we're talking about neurodivergence, is there something about your brain that doesn't work like everybody else's? That's basically it. Sometimes it's a superpower, sometimes it's a hindrance, but we try and make the best of it and do what you can with what you're given. Let's talk about the catalyst for NGA becoming more inclusive of neurodiversity. Was there a specific instance, maybe a pattern of things? Like what really started this for y'all?
I would say what started for us was really trying to attract talent for our mission. And I suspect most of the audience has never heard of NGA and didn't know that we were part of the DoD or the intelligence community. But I'd like to just take a second and explain what it is we do, because that's connected into the answer to your question. So, NGA, as you said, stands for the National Geospatial Intelligence Agency. And I know a lot of people are asking, like, what is geospatial intelligence? It's the exploitation and analysis of imagery and geospatial information. So basically, how do you describe the Earth? How do you assess what's on the Earth? How do you visually depict physical features that are important? And how do you geographically reference activities and events that are happening on that Earth? And that's what we do. So in short, we call geospatial intelligence GeoInt, but it consists of imagery intelligence and geospatial intelligence. So we provide GeoInt for our nation's security to support activities like, the development of strategic intelligence, safety of navigation, both for air and sea, humanitarian and disaster relief, defense of our homeland, and a whole myriad of things, including, supporting crisis that people in our services are doing around the world. So with that background, we've seen throughout history, and certainly in today's commercial and technology environment, that there's some pretty stiff competition for people that have atypical thinking skills, for people that think a little differently, have great insight, creativity, innovation. And we're, like I said, we're in competition for that talent. And we need our mission at NGA to get access to the best talent, to be able to support, the communities and decision makers that we support. So like, I would say that, our effort to do this isn't purely altruistic. At the same time, it aligns to our agency's core values, and we all know it's the right thing to do. So it was really a win-win, and we've seen, industry be successful at this, and we want government to be successful at it too.
Oh, loving this, loving to hear about this. And you're right, we do talk about this a lot, where, if you have problems that have yet to be able to be solved, you don't solve them by continuing to try the same things you've always tried, right? And so bringing that difference of abilities, difference of background, difference of thought process is massive, really. And, you know, for a very long time, it, you know, the stigma around being neurodiverse or having a difference with how you learn or how you input information was like seen as a hindrance. And it's really nice to see people like really understanding that you can take advantage of those differences in a way that not only is good for the business, but is good for the person as well. So I think that's absolutely wonderful. Let's talk a little bit about the neurodiversity inclusion pilot program that the NGA has been developing. Now, this was in partnership with MITRE, M-I-T-R-E, yeah?
Yep.
Can you tell us a little bit more about this?
Sure. We haven't really been at it that long. We started in December 2020, and we collaborated with MITRE. And for folks that don't know MITRE, it's a federally funded research and development center, or what we call FFRDC. And together with MITRE, we launched what we were going to do as a 6-month effort. And, you know, a little bit of work went in before that, a lot of work went into it afterwards, but it was more or less a 6-month effort to focus on those on the autism spectrum to see, you know, could they be successful in supporting our mission? And so we really took this on as an end-to-end learning opportunity, not only for our agency, but also for the US government, because this hasn't been done in government before. And so, as I said, you know, there's been industries and other governments outside of the US, you know, that have really been doing this or going after this for the last 7 or 8 years. And, you know, because of the spirit of it and the importance of it, they've worked together and they've shared lesson learned, and they have what they called an industry playbook. It's Autism at Work Playbook, and you can Google it and get it for free. And it's a very thick document that just lays a blueprint on how to do it. The challenge is we don't know if that applies to the US government, because the government's a different beast altogether. And so MITRE won a prize, a government prize, to try to figure out a playbook for the US government. And so, you know, we raised our hand and we were first, and you know, we you know, decided to give it a try. And I'll say, you know, even though we had all the support with MITRE, and they had a service provider called Melwood that was helping them, and, you know, that was all great, but we had a lot of work to do inside our agency. And the thing that I think led to some of our success in being able to do this, like the key pieces, was one, we had full leadership support. You know, it was good for our mission, it was good for our people, and our leadership was all in, like from our director on down. The other thing, and this was just a stroke of luck, can't take credit for it at all, but, you know, early on in December, we established this working group, and we told people what we were doing, and we said, hey, we need some volunteers, we need to really organize and go after this. And all these people raised their hand. Well, by luck, it turned out to be this most amazing cross section across our agency. So we had our human resource people, we had our lawyers, we had our, you know, diversity and equity experts, we had our security experts that do polygraphs, you know, we had our mission people, we just had everybody in the room. And not only the diversity of people who could figure this out for our agency, but we also had a cross-cut vertically. We had some of the, you know, entry-level people all the way up to some of the most senior people in the agency. So we met every week, you know, for 2 years. And when we had a challenge, we had the people in the room to help us figure it out. And if we couldn't figure it out right then, yeah, they knew who to contact, and, you know, our issues would get resolved pretty quickly. So that was really helpful. And then the last thing I think that really helped, and this was also a surprise to me. So, you know, we did some things right. We also learned some things, but was, as word got out about this, the employee engagement across the agency went through the roof. And I guess because, like you were saying, people don't really talk about it very openly. Mm-hmm. We had so many moms and dads, you know, grandparents, aunts, uncles, brothers, sisters, you know, who were directly connected to this issue, who worry every day about the future, you know, of a loved one or a friend who has autism. And they were so proud, you know, that we were trying to do something, that they just came out of the woodwork to be helpful. And, you know, when you have leadership support, when you have the workforce support, and you have all the people you need in the room, it really kind of gets you going in the right direction.
I love that. And you're right. You know, that top-down direction, that top-down buy-in is massive, right? It's important to know that, you know, just because something's important to you personally and the company says that it's something that's important to them, you know, really putting your money where your mouth is when it comes to those kinds of things truly shows. And I love that y'all had that cross section, because, you know, it is important to hear from all levels and as well as all teams, you know, across an organization, you know, having that global or holistic take on like what's happening and what you're trying to do has got to be invaluable. And it's so cool that you were able to kind of like touch it in various parts of the organization, you know, as opposed to just coming from HR or just coming from, you know, DEIB, and trying to spread that throughout the org. That's so
Hey, Meg,
cool.
can I just add one thing too?
Yeah, please. Oh, always. I'm sorry. I talk too much. So thank you.
No. This just came to me as you were talking, but like one of the most important elements of that came together was few of us realized how many people who were already on the spectrum were already in our workforce, and they were, you know, they were getting through their experience through brute force, you know, without sort of this concentrated focus and support on the way and things like that. And so, you know, as we kind of kept going and they kept seeing that we were serious, a lot of them became part of that working group. And there's a saying, you know, with us if about us. And so, you know, every decision that was made and every recommendation that was made and everything we did was informed by people who were already in our building and experienced, who were on the spectrum.
That is so wonderful to hear. And, you know, you're right. I feel like there are a lot of people that work with people who have neurodivergence, you know, within their intersectionalities. And probably a lot of them don't know. You know, a couple speakers ago, we were talking about neurodiversity in women and how it's far more likely to be masked or to be hidden. People work like, you know, kind of find those workarounds like you had talked about. And, you know, a lot of it comes from that place of not knowing that it's okay to be vulnerable at your place of work or with your supervisor or with your team. So yeah, taking that out of the equation and being like, no, this is safe. This is somewhere you can come to bring these concerns or these questions or these needs, you know, does so much to not only help people who are already disclosing, but show and model that behavior for people who could benefit from this, but don't yet feel safe enough to disclose. So when it comes to that pilot program, were there any like actionable takeaways you were able to glean from it in terms of like hiring or internal processes?
Oh yeah, great question. I mean, we learned a lot. We had a lot of lessons learned from the pilot, and what our way forward is to kind of take everything we learned and normalize it as part of our regular hiring processes. You know, using our people with disabilities program, using special hiring authorities for people with disabilities, but just normalize it. And so one of the ways that we can do that is, you know, really have more effective processes in place for hiring neurodivergent talent. And one of the biggest barriers was right up front, you know, is the interview process. Somebody with autism may not look the interviewer in the eye. They may fidget through the whole interview. They may be distracted by a noise or a sensation or you know, the lights are too bright, they're too dim, you know, just things can throw them off. And so really working with them to have a comfortable and safe interview environment, and then also to do the interview in a way that we are conscious of how we're communicating, like direct communications, you know, ask specific questions, don't use idioms, you know, don't use a lot of acronyms, don't use vague references, like really go after point by point. The other thing we did was we coached all the people that were, you know, being considered as future employees and how to do an interview. And so many of them probably hadn't had a formal government interview in their lives. And so it was kind of meeting that in the middle, providing clear instructions, explaining how the process works, you know, meeting with them before, accommodating any need, allowing them to have somebody else in the room with them if they needed the support and comfort, you know, to be able to feel safe. So that was really important. Another, and really all we're trying to do is just create a level playing field, not give anybody an advantage, but just normalize the interview process for someone who's on the spectrum. And then another thing was a big takeaway I mentioned that workforce that raised their hand that was so supportive and everything. A lot of them volunteered to be buddies and mentors, because if somebody's in a pilot program, they want to make a good impression. They may be afraid to ask a coworker or supervisor 10 questions in the same day, but everything is new and all of that. And so, we did training for all the buddies and mentors, even though many of them had direct experience, and then made them let the candidates select who they wanted after a week-long getting to know you so they could find the best fit. And then the buddies would be there to just, here's the cafeteria, here's how you, print a document, here's, because everything is hard, but just really kind of help them feel safe and still make the best impression with their peers and supervisors. And then mentors, obviously, kind of giving them a bigger picture sort of understanding. Frequent feedback. Folks on the spectrum may need feedback multiple times a day, maybe once a day at the end of every day, maybe feedback in the beginning of the day, the middle of the day, and the end of the day. But they, are not typically picking up on the subtle cues, especially with minimal communication and things like that. So just, getting in the habit of frequent feedback with direct communication was really helpful to support not just getting them in the door, but giving them a full and meaningful career. We looked at some of the things that help with retention and, addressing them where they are along the way. And so this can include everything from reasonable accommodations. We stood up connection opportunities with peers, again, the buddies and mentors, the coaches, and even sensing sessions where we could have difficult conversations with people who were neurodiverse and people who were neurotypical. Two other things I'll just mention really fast were helpful. One was in government, there's just, policy regulations, 100-step processes to do things, and it's complicated, and so we're in the process of doing this, creating slick sheets and simple guides to do the kinds of things that they might want to know about. For example, the employee assistance program, or a reasonable accommodation, or how to do a timesheet, just things that are not intuitive if you haven't been there a while. And we're creating a website where, for the neurodiverse community, where everything can go in one place, and then they can also augment it. I mean, this will be a living website that'll evolve over time, but just a one-stop shop resource, because it's just, there's a lot that happens, and it's hard to know what to do sometimes. And the last thing is really support to supervisors. The supervisors are the folks on the front line, and we trained every supervisor, and we trained co-workers and things like that if requested. But then you go, good luck, supervisor, and we wanted the supervisors to have a network where they could support each other. Respecting confidentiality and privacy issues and all of that, but just, create a community among the supervisors, but also make sure that we stayed in touch with them to address any, challenges or issues early, so that these, so that we could be effective in working them out. And so, if I have one priority in all of that, it's support to the supervisors, every step of the way. And a lot of the supervisors have direct experience, so the placement of where you put the employee and the supervisor is also important.
Oh, of course, yeah. I mean, I'm loving as you're kind of ticking off the different ways that you've tried to ensure that this program is not only effective and working, but also like it can continue to grow, it can scale, it can be, something that really benefits people. We had a chime in the chat thread. Kay had said, I was humiliated in a meeting by a colleague for losing focus during a meeting when someone turned on the bright overhead lights. And I can remember being in similar situations, trying to have like a one-on-one with someone in a group office setting, open concept, all of that. I remember trying to maintain focus while 3 other people were on sales calls around me, and I'm trying to like train somebody on something completely unrelated. These are all things where a small accommodation honestly would have made a huge difference. And knowing that, not only is this something that you support from like an organizational like level, but also like y'all are providing that support to the supervisors, like you said, people that are going to be the ones handling, accommodation requests or whatever on that daily basis. So I think that's absolutely wonderful. And Kay, thank you for sharing with us. I'm so sorry you experienced that. It's rough out in these streets, right, guys? All right, we have 5 minutes left before the session ends. I want to make sure we get to as many questions as possible. One of the other questions we had was about how this disclosure is handled at the interview stage. So you talked about, some of the accommodations that are available. Is the onus here put on the applicant to disclose, or is this something that maybe like the HR, the recruiting team members offer as part of, when you're like scheduling a meeting or whatever?
Yeah, there's a lot of nuances to that. Obviously, if someone's coming in with our People with Disabilities program under Special Authorities for Hiring, it's disclosed. And whether or not the employee chooses to disclose that further is their individual choice. Like I said, we already had people in the workforce who didn't disclose. And again, that was their individual choice. So it really is up to the individual. And what we're trying to do is build confidence and trust in the workforce. And, we'll hopefully continue to do that so that for maybe one of the first times in their career or their lives, they may have the comfort to disclose. And we're trying to show that if someone does disclose, even if it's to, a very small group, we can help get resources to them and help them be more effective. And so it's in some ways a program of attraction. We certainly can't force anybody to disclose, and I don't even have access to information. That's all protected. So the individual has to take that action and make that choice.
Yeah, I think that's very, it is one of those things that it is kind of an imperfect system, right? Because people might very reasonably have some reservations or not feel safe disclosing. But, it's like we've talked about on a couple other chats today. I'm not sure if you've seen them, but it's kind of the Field of Dreams analogy, right?
Right.
If you build it, they will come. You can't say like, hey, we're going to have a baseball field here in 6 weeks, so come like stand out in a field. Like, right. I think it is important for, for hiring teams to recognize that this might be, a request that people have. So yeah, I think that's wonderful.
Yeah.
Go ahead, please.
No, go ahead.
No, all you.
I was just saying, in the meantime, our goal is to train everybody in the organization about the importance of inclusion and specifically neurodiversity, so that it might start a conversation at some point or increase that trust. But we're not just training supervisors. Our goal is to train everybody and continuously train them and don't stop. So
excellent. All right, we're going to have to start wrapping up here, but I just want to highlight for everybody, if you are, if anything that Michael has said today really piques your interest about the NGA, they are actually taking part in our virtual job fair tomorrow. So that's happening from 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. Eastern. My colleagues are going to share some links in the chat thread to where you can register for it, check out the other companies that'll be there presenting. But absolutely check out the NGA. I'm a little bit biased. My best friend's husband actually works for y'all in the Dayton office. So I had a little bit of familiarity with the NGA going in. Sorry, I'm making a mess in my own office. But even if this is the first time you've heard about the NGA, definitely check them out. It's a really, really, really interesting org. Michael, is there anything you want to share with people before we leave today?
I just want to say that, again, thank you to Power to Fly for raising this and giving me the opportunity. And, we still have a lot of work to do, but we're making a lot of partnerships across the government. People are calling us all the time and they're trying to model what we're doing. So I'm hoping to see big change in the future, not just in our organization, but everywhere.
Oh, love it. Cannot wait to see it. Thank you, Michael. This was really, really great to get to sit down and talk with you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, as we offboard our speakers now and get our next set of speakers brought up to the stage, I just want to say hello and welcome to anyone who might just now be joining us. My name is Meg Alexander. I'm going to be your host for the track A for our Diversity Reboot 2022 Virtual Summit Series. August focus is all on neurodiversities and keeping things like visible and invisible disabilities top of mind. So I hope that you all are just as excited as I am to continue these great chats and discussions we've been having for the whole day. So just a couple quick housekeeping items for y'all. We really want to encourage you to participate. So if you have questions for the speakers, if there are comments you'd like to share, anything at all, please feel free to put that into the group chat. It's on the right-hand side of the slide or the screen in front of you. My colleague Sanmaya and I will also be in that chat. So if you have tech issues that you need help with, please feel free to ping one of us. If you have, like I said, if you've got questions or you got comments, please feel free, send them early, send them often. Our speakers want to hear from you. Now, if you are looking to earn SHRM credits from today's sessions, you're going to want to refer to the code that's at the slide in front of you. It's at the top of the middle of the slide. Today's code is 22-CUZAR. Now, if you are not part of the Society of Human Resource Managers, don't sweat it. You don't need to worry about codes or anything. You just get to kick back and enjoy the upcoming conversation. Now, last but not least, as you are connecting with our speakers or networking with your fellow community members in the group chat there, please just make sure that, as always, we are leading from a place of kindness and respect. If you want further details, we're throwing the code of conduct in there to where you can get some more information if you need it. Now, I'm very excited to introduce you to our speakers for our next session. We are really lucky to bring to the stage Hannah Olson, who is the co-founder and CEO of Disclo. Now, that Disclo is the first software helping employees to safely ask for, verify, and act on accommodation requests at work. Now, Hannah's own experience navigating her career while undergoing intensive treatment for Lyme disease is what sparked the idea for her first venture, which was called Chronically Capable. This is now one of the largest and most used disability recruiting platforms. She's known globally for her disability advocacy, with a recent feature in Forbes Inc. magazine, Fast Company, and more. So welcome, Hannah, to the stage. We're so happy to have you. Hannah is going to be joined in conversation with our own Chief of Staff at Power to Fly, Raquel Crutcher. Now, Raquel supports the internal leadership team on special projects, assists both co-founders with external affairs, and supports Power to Fly internally as the company continues to grow. Prior to Power to Fly, Raquel dedicated herself to advocating for equity in K-12 schools, institutions of higher learning, formerly at Next 100, Teach for America, and KIPP schools. Raquel was also the founding president of American University's NAACP chapter, as well as an NAACP Next Gen Fellow, a member of the inaugural class of KIPP Alumni Leadership Accelerator Fellows. This is in addition to being a nonprofit Millennial Impact Fellow and Aspen Ideas Fellow. And in 2021, the National Alliance for Public Charter Schools named Raquel a 30 under 30 changemaker for her work to combat educational inequity and racism. Now, in case you are all not, quite as, as impressed by that as the rest of us, just know that Raquel is holding it down and absolutely making Power to Fly a better place to work, as if it wasn't already good enough. Raquel, I'm really excited to get to hear your conversation with Hannah. I'm going to turn the floor over to you, ladies. Take it away.
Thank you, Meg. Hannah, I'm so grateful to have the opportunity to speak with you today. And thank you so much for being here. We want to dive into the topic of self-advocacy in the workplace through disclosure of chronic illness and disability. But before we kick off, I always love to ask, how are you? And where are you talking to us from today?
I'm doing well. I've had a busy few weeks, but busy is good. And I'm calling in from Atlanta, Georgia.
Nice. I'm in Atlanta too. So that's really good to know.
I don't think we established that before.
No, we didn't. But good to know. I love meeting other people who are in Atlanta. So really excited to kick off this conversation. Want to start off by asking you to share with us your own experience contracting Lyme disease. And then I'd love to hear how that experience made you realize that people with chronic illnesses or disabilities need resources to self-advocate and self-advocate in the workplace.
Yeah, absolutely. So I was diagnosed with Lyme disease in college. If you're not familiar with Lyme, I was bit by a tick. I don't actually know when I contracted the disease, but it took me a very long time to come to a diagnosis. And at that point, I was living with various symptoms involving my memory, my ability to move my arms, different things. And right after my college graduation, I actually had a PICC line placed in my arm, which is essentially a permanent IV. And I was hooked up to IV antibiotics for about 8 hours a day. As you can imagine, that's hard to balance with anything in life, but especially with a full-time job. And I saw that firsthand when I entered the workforce. And, going through the job search process, I really struggled with talking about my illness at work. I didn't know how to communicate this to my hiring manager. I didn't feel like I was someone who qualified as having a disability. I didn't know my rights, and I did not know how to advocate for myself and speak up for myself. And so, unfortunately, I ended up in a work environment that really was not inclusive. And I felt forced to choose between my health and the work that I was actually really passionate about. And this was a really defeating time for me, but I knew I wasn't alone. I started to dig into different online communities and in person as well, and saw just the depth of chronic illness and disability in the United States, and how my story just really was not unique. And so that prompted us to start our first business, Chronically Capable, which, if you've been to any of these events before, we've spoken on that company as well. And now that business has led us to our second company as well, Disclo. So have been in this space for a while now. And, we build products that support people like me. And I like to say, I think I have the best job ever, at least to me, because I get to bite back at this disease every single day. So yeah, that's a bit about how I got here.
I think you have the best job ever too. And I really appreciate your job. But I heard you mention in your journey that there was a bunch of tension with disclosing. And so I would love for you to share with this audience, for anyone who is wondering right now, what are the benefits and risks of disclosing a disability or a chronic illness at work?
Yeah, so as someone who's been through disclosure myself and been through it more than once, I understand how daunting this process can feel. Despite the fact that right now over 60% of adults here in the United States live with a chronic health condition, and 1 billion people globally live with a disability. Right now, here in the US, we're seeing only about 3 to 4% of people disclosing. So if you haven't disclosed or fear this, you're not alone. And that's not surprising that so few people have disclosed. And I think, due to the antiquated nature of disability disclosure, it's often a really scary process for people where they have to disclose directly to a manager or an HR team in order to get access to accommodations at work. And from our research, we've identified that historically workers haven't wanted to disclose. And that's primarily due to a lack of trust, lack of knowledge. That being said, how to disclose and why this would help me. And then also fear that disclosing will harm my career. Many people just simply don't trust their HR department to keep things private, or they fear that nothing will get done if they do disclose. For others, the act of disclosure can feel like it could be harmful to one's career, or maybe a shameful act. And then also, just to add to that, I think many people like myself don't actually consider illnesses that affect work to be a disability, quote unquote. And so for me, in my case, I didn't know that Lyme disease in that case could have qualified for disability under the ADA. And so I think a good segue here would be to talk about the benefits, because I think online, a lot of articles and conversations around disclosure tend to portray and talk about the negatives, but there are so many benefits of disclosing. And so I think, all of this is my own opinion, but, and I will say, as a disclaimer, I may say this a few times, but I'm not an attorney, but I will say some things about your rights. So just want to disclaim that I'm not an attorney, but it is your legal right to disclose at any point in your employment process, whether that be during your interview, once you're hired, or even months or years into your position. But you should never feel forced into doing so. I think disclosure is a very personal decision, and you really have to come to that decision on your own. But the main reason that you would disclose is to get access to accommodations. Accommodations are often called productivity enhancers because they really enable us to complete our job at the optimal level. A second benefit or reason to disclose is to receive benefits or privileges of employment, which could include things like access to training or transportation, cafeterias, social function, these types of things. And then disclosing can also help describe certain behaviors. And so, for example, as someone who also has ADHD, I've been pretty open about that with my team, because sometimes I'll change the subject multiple times during a meeting, and being open about that and being able to disclose that really helps to kind of set the tone and explain why I'm constantly bouncing all over the place. And then lastly, and I think most importantly, it can be quite draining to hide a significant part of your identity at work each day. And when people feel comfortable really bringing their whole self to work, their entire sense of well-being really starts to improve. And so I think we're working on shifting this narrative from disclosure being a dirty act or something that's harmful, and it can be an empowering one. So again, these are my personal opinions, but I do think that there are so many benefits to disclosing.
I had to take note of all of that in a separate document for myself. I was like, these are great points that I did not know. I kept this statistic in my head. You said only 3 to 4% disclose. That's a very small number. And I would love to know, I don't know if you know, where are those 3 to 4%? Are they in places that are super secure? Do you think there are states or particular jurisdictions that are safer for people to disclose? Or is it completely random as of now?
I think what's really interesting, and I'm sure we'll get deeper into this, but there's not a standard process, right? I think every company takes a different approach. I'd say the companies that are seeing higher rates of disclosure do have identified a process and also communicated said process to their employees. And they've encouraged ongoing conversation around this, where it doesn't just stop at my interview. It's something that's encouraged throughout the employee's employment journey. And so I think that's when we start to see more disclosure rates. And then I'd say also in companies where people and leadership is disclosing and being open and vocal, that's where we start to build a culture where if we have an inclusive and accessible workplace that's promoting things like access to accommodations, it's really helping people feel more comfortable to disclose themselves.
So pretty safe to say access alongside representation matters. You touched on like policies, and I think that's very interesting. I spent years on the Hill, and in so many places, passing laws and enacting policies seem to be the solution to everything. But sometimes there's a bunch of different loopholes in order to sort of protect certain things and certain people. And someone just made a comment about being a comment that their higher up made after they disclosed, that then led to them not getting a promotion and then led to them getting laid off, which was a reflection of a lack of protection. So in the United States, we have the Americans with Disabilities Act, which prohibits discrimination based on disability. It makes it, easier for Americans to disclose at work and ask for accommodations. But we do have a little bit of an international audience, and we would love to know how they can find out about disability rights in their jurisdictions. And are there any international organizations or places that you know of that provide support in different places?
Yeah, absolutely. And again, I'm speaking often to the Americans with Disabilities Act because I'm well versed in that. The UN has a great resource on this, which hopefully I can get in the chat somehow to you all. But I'd say that the laws are really different from country by country. It's very nuanced. While the ADA is seen as definitely a gold standard, there are other countries such as Germany and Japan who have even better support and legislation to support the disability community. I'd say the best bet is to start at your country's Department of Labor page or their government resource, but the UN resource that hopefully can get shared to you all is a good one. And again, I'm definitely more versed in United States, but typically these are federal laws, and so they will be available at your country's kind of government homepage, let's call it that.
That's super helpful. We keep talking about disclosing, but I wanted to sort of push us back because I know you mentioned earlier reporting to HR or hiring manager, but just to go back to, I guess, the basics, for someone who has no idea, how do you go about disclosing a disability or a chronic illness to your employer?
So again, disclosure is a very personal decision, and you have to come to that decision on your own. I'm just going to give you some tips for how to do that. You do not have to inform an employer of your disability when you apply for a job, when you're hired, even if later on in that job you may need a reasonable accommodation. It is your right to decide when, if, and how you'd like to disclose. So I think the better question is, how do we advocate for ourselves and ask for accommodations? And I think I alluded to this before, there's not a standard process right now. And every company looks a little bit different. I'm sure we'll get into what I'm trying to do to tackle that and what my team is doing. But first off, I'd recommend keeping it simple. You don't have to mention the ADA or even use the phrase reasonable accommodation. Asking for an accommodation is really about you getting your needs met so that you're able to do the best work that you can do. Next, I'd say to try to document this and put it in writing. Although there's no legal requirements to submit requests in writing per the ADA, some employers will have their own paperwork, but you can ask your employer about that paperwork that they may have, or you could start there, or you can submit a letter from your medical provider. But I think it's really important, and people often miss this step, but to have documentation of your request, and God forbid something goes wrong and the request isn't handled properly. Lastly, I'd recommend that depending on the size of your company, talking to HR directly. I think many employees aren't comfortable with their direct supervisors knowing the specifics about their medical condition or diagnoses, which of course, I'm right there with you. I understand this. So if your company does have an HR department, it is recommended that you disclose directly to them, and you can kind of work with HR to determine who can then be aware of your condition. And I think lastly, remembering that asking for an accommodation is your legal right. You can request this at any time. And so I think that as a practical matter, though, it's better to request an accommodation before your job performance suffers or other problems occur, because employers do not have to rescind actions that occurred before they knew about your illness or disability. And worst case scenario, you don't want to get injured or make your condition or disability worse by not having access to accommodations. And so always, as a practical matter, making sure you do so before something goes bad.
Okay, I want to shift us because I want to make sure we have enough time on this to the blinking purple light in the room. Would love to hear you talk about Disclo and how it helps people disclose.
Yeah, so currently, as I've said a few times, there's not really a formal system and a method for you to disclose safely. It typically involves a conversation between an employee and HR in which you then have to verify your disability. So we created Disclo really to be a bridge between employees and employers and really guide folks through this process. And so using Disclo, employees can actually safely disclose their disability and request an accommodation. And what makes the platform super unique is that we actually verify your disability and your limitations directly with your medical provider, and we never share that information with your employer. And so your company never knows what your underlying condition is, and it's really creating a safe space where you can get access to what you need without having to divulge this very personal information to your employer. And so we just kind of launched a few months ago here and already picking up really quickly. And so I know most of you are employees or job seekers here, but if you are at a company, definitely tell your employers about it. We're trying to really flip this conversation and standardize and modernize this process so that it's accessible and easy to disclose and obviously safe, but hopefully even fun. This shouldn't be such a daunting and scary process, and we really want to make sure that we're making it safe for everyone to do.
I want to pause because there is a sense of empathy that is etched within your work. and it guides your purpose. And it increases the sense of belonging that individuals with disabilities have in the workplace. So I would love to hear you speak to the ways that empathy has supported the growth and the creation, or even just like the thinking of Disclo.
I get asked every day some of the questions that I'm being asked right now, and also by employers. I get asked these questions in turn of like, how do we respond to disclosure and accommodation requests and these things? And before all the technical things, I think, of course I can recommend you speak to HR and you write things down and you do X, Y, Z. But if, I think empathy is so key here. We've lost that a lot in our day-to-day interactions, and we've become very, structured in how we do things. But at the end of the day, if someone comes to you and discloses something that's very personal about them, before responding with anything else, respond with empathy. And I think that's something I've tried to teach, and we've tried to teach and communicate to employers. But it's so key here. Disclosure is a very personal thing. And it takes a lot for people to go through that process. I think, I've already seen a few comments coming in where folks are saying, I've had a negative experience. And so we need to teach people the importance of empathy and how far that can go. I think I've brought this up before in a past event, but I had a coworker back in my first job, the pretty negative job, named Raquel. So ironic enough. And Raquel treated me with kindness and compassion, and treated me with empathy and asked me questions. And I've always said, be like a Raquel. If your coworker or your colleague says something and needs support, just respond to that person as a human and go back to the basics. Empathy is really the basics. So yeah, hopefully that touches upon that question.
Yes, everyone, be like a Raquel. I love that. You have two quick questions. I want to get to those before we push forward. The first is asking from Jackie, is Disclo a global platform or is it US only? And Graham is asking, what is the website for Disclo?
So the website's disclo.com. So it's like disco. We're actually kind of trying to make this a verb, like it's disclo time. It's time to disclo. So it's disclo.com. And in terms of where we're based, so we're based here in the States. We do right now support North America, but we do intend to move outside of the States as well, as we develop and grow.
Thank you. I want to continue on the empathy path. I know there is in the space of advocacy, there's always this risk of fatigue, because the world can be a little bit of a tough place when you really care about something and something is the right thing. And so, I would love to know, and I know our audience would love to know, what do you do to take care of yourself in these times, and just, in great times or in sad times, in confusing times or optimistic times? How do you practice self-care?
I'm still getting better at it. And I think that's important to note. It's a work in progress. I sleep. I used to think that this girl boss era was going to be a forever thing, and we all had to work hard. And I'm really trying to adopt the work harder or work smarter, not harder mentality, which is usually not what they want to see entrepreneurs doing. But I'm trying to really take care of myself, get that full sleep, back to the basics, eat well, sleep well, move if I can. I've obviously, these two companies started because of the fact that I was sick. And I have to remember that when I get sucked into the hustle culture, that, these companies exist for a reason. They exist to support people like me. And so I have to remember that when I get carried away with wanting to just work. So it's a work in progress. And I think that's okay if you're out there trying to do that too.
Love that. I love hearing how people take care of themselves. Piedmont Park has been particularly sunny lately. So
I still have yet to go. So maybe we should go together.
Oh my gosh, of course. I would love to. I go every weekend. But so I want to fast forward us a little bit. It's let's say 2050. It's the future. And right now, the vision that you have for disability rights globally, it's all come to fruition. What does that look like for you?
I think right now, the process, as mentioned, looks so different in every country and oftentimes in every company even. And my hopes are that through Disclose ambitions and also through the support of other organizations, that we can really create a standard so that no matter where in the world you are, what company you're at, that you understand what this process is, how it works, and that you don't have to relive the anguish and the fear each time that you decide to disclose or ask for accommodations at work. But I think even deeper than this, just disability as a whole, I think there's still a huge lack of education and awareness. I always like to say that the disability community is the largest minority group in the world. Yet so many folks are still not educated on how to treat others with disabilities, being an ally, these types of things. And I think we've got a long way to go. And so my hopes and my goals are that we can start to educate others, that we can start to be active learners and not just rely on the disability community, but put in the work, keep learning. There is so much to know and appreciate about the disability community. And that takes all of us recognizing our patterns, our biases, these things, and then putting in the work. And so my hopes are that we can really start to make this something that people aren't ashamed to talk about.
Love it. Love it. Here we have a couple minutes left, and we got one question that I want to squeeze in there. Christine asked a very interesting question, which actually makes me want to go back to when you were talking about Disclo, because Disclo works with the company in particular and provides the product for the company that allows people to identify without, of course, disclosing who they are, putting them at risk at all. Does Disclo also provide services that consult with companies? So if companies have questions about self-identification or questions about accommodations, is that something that people can ask their company to adapt for that type of consultation?
So Disclo is, we sell to companies and we work with companies from all sizes, 15 employees or more. And that's exactly what we're doing is we're working on the company's behalf to track all of these metrics. But I think, to Christine's question, which seems to be around, what about the companies who are just relying on these self-ID metrics? I think the self-ID metrics are just one piece. I think it's great to know and update. And in Disclo, I think what's so unique is that you don't have to wait till that one time a year survey that goes around when we want to figure out how diverse our company is. Instead, we're tracking in real time, promoting disclosure, making this something that we know all of the time where we're at in terms of both national standards against other companies. And I think that that's really important. And then lastly, I think for the company's perspective, we're really helping companies to maintain compliance here, to not misstep. And as mentioned, we're a liaison. We're hand-holding both parties and, working with a great group of companies already so far. So excited to keep going.
I love that. Okay, so we have 2 minutes left, and I have one more question that I want to ask you. If anyone has a burning question they want to pull into the chat. Imagine we have someone who is currently listening to us, who is hearing us all for the first time. They had no idea, and they need a place to start. Who would you recommend they go to, and what would you recommend that they do? Start.
I believe you said who would they go to and where would they start? Sorry.
No, we got cut off on the recording. So if someone's listening to us for the very first time and hearing everything that we just talked about, and now they want to get involved, whether that is advocacy or some type of activism near them, who would you recommend people go to? Do you think people should start with organizations? I don't know if there's a particular organization in the US in particular that you would recommend as we close out.
Yeah, I'd say in terms of questions around accommodations, a great resource here in the United States is the Job Accommodation Network. That's offered as a free service based off of the US Department of Labor. Definitely a great place to learn and educate yourselves. Disclo has tons of resources on disclosure, both for employers and employees. And if you're looking for community, there's so many great communities out there. I'd say we've got the chronically capable community, diverse ability, Mighty Well. There's so many great resources out there. Go find folks, connect with others, know that you're not alone. And, the more we start talking about this, the better. So I think, we're all in this together, and the work doesn't stop here after this session.
Well, Hannah, thank you so much. It was so nice meeting you. We got to get out to Piedmont Park. I appreciate all the work that you do, and thank you for teaching us and helping us learn where we can hop in on our end.
Thank you so much for having me, and I hope you all have a wonderful rest of your summit and day.
Thank you so much, ladies. That was absolutely wonderful. I'm so happy I got to sit in on this. Great questions from our audience members. And thank you both for taking the time out of your day to be here with us and help us, kind of clear up what can be a really murky subject for a lot of people. So thank you so much for that. All right, as we get our speakers, moved off the stage and get ready to onboard our next set of guests, I just want to say hello and welcome. Thank you so much for joining us for our Diversity Reboot 2022 Virtual Summit Series. Now we have our August theme for our summit is destigmatized. We're talking about visible and invisible disabilities and neurodivergence. So I hope that you all are just as excited as I am to continue these great conversations. But as we go back, as we go and kind of get ready to dive into these new questions or new topics, I just want to highlight for everyone that these events are all about participation. They're all about our community members, and we want to make sure that you all have the ability to participate as much as you would like to. So to that end, you are welcome to put questions or comments into that group chat. It's going to be to the right of the video screen in front of you. If you have any kind of tech issues, you're more than welcome to tag in myself or San Maya. We'd love to help you out in any way we can. If you are, if you're somebody that is hoping to be active in that chat, I am going to direct you to the code of conduct that San Maya is sharing in the chat thread right now. It's just there to ensure that, like all of our virtual events, this is a positive experience for everyone involved, and that while connecting with our community members, networking with speakers, we lead from a place of kindness and respect. If you have any other further questions about it, like I said, refer to the code of conduct that San Maya is sharing in the chat right now. If you are looking to earn SHRM credits from today's sessions, you are going to want to refer to the code that's at the top of the slide in front of you. If you're not part of the Society of Human Resource Managers, don't worry about it. You get to kick back and enjoy our upcoming session. I'm very excited to introduce our next speakers. First up, we have Tanya Barber, who's the Director of Global Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion at United Health Group, or UHG. Tanya has 20 plus years of experience in human capital across healthcare sectors, including medical devices, biotech, health insurance, and healthcare administration. Throughout her career, she continues to engage in developing career exploration programs designed to recruit diverse talent and advance behaviors that embrace diversity, equity, and inclusion at all levels and abilities. So welcome to the stage, Tanya. Tanya is going to be joined in conversation by Richard Louie, who's an anchor and journalist for NBC News and MSNBC. Richard is also an author and a veteran, as well as an award-winning journalist with more than 30 years in television, film, technology, and business. Currently at MSNBC and previously seen with CNN Worldwide, he is the first Asian American man to anchor a daily national cable news program. Also has won a Team Emmy as well as a Peabody. He's the author of the best-selling and award-winning book, Enough About Me, The Unexpected Power of Selflessness, which was distributed or published by HarperCollins and Zondervan. In addition, Richard's 15-year business career involves a fintech patent and launching 6 tech brands over 3 business cycles. Richard has lived, worked, and volunteered on every continent. And if you'd like to learn more, you can find out more about him at richardlouie.com. I'll be sharing links for all of those in the chat thread in just a moment. For now, though, I cannot wait to hear this conversation. So Tanya and Richard, I'm going to turn the floor over to you. Take it away.
Meg, thank you so much. Tanya, how are you?
Great. How are you today?
Very, very good. We got a topic that is so important, one that's not often brought up, but I'm so glad that you and I get to discuss this: disability inclusion and talent acquisition, as we gather today for Diversity Reboot Destigmatized. And I guess, one of the things, just in terms of language, help me, and being a journalist, I'm always interested in that part. When we think of the very topic, when we think about how to include this into what we are, the way it's included in job descriptions. So there's the, when you're listing, and then there's how do you describe who you are that fits that job description? Why don't we start with that? The job description. When it comes to hiring, how do you fit that in? What's the best way of doing that?
Great question. I think there's two answers to that, right? There's the overall bottom paragraph, right? We talk about that's overall like diversity is important to us, please apply. Those are going to be on most of your majority of your job description, and they're pretty standard. And then one thing we do is to make sure that the overall job description is inclusive. So we work with our hiring leaders to make sure that we're sticking to the qualifications and the requirement for the role. So a lot of times you'll see job descriptions written and they'll have a lot of extras, prefers, or, they don't talk about what it does to complete that job, but more of what they want from a soft skills. And so we really work on really truly bringing in the essence of the job and what is needed, no matter what your ability is outside of that job description.
And then when it comes to the flip side, the way you put that last paragraph in, what is the best way to, when you're looking at applicants and resumes and LinkedIn's, what's the best way to fit that request of the bottom paragraph that you're talking about?
So we have two that we use. One is that is directly to the job, right? So we have candidates must be able to perform essential job functions with or without reasonable accommodations. So that's one thing right there that candidates should be looking at, is that if that organization is going to offer accommodations. And then we have a broader statement where we currently have, I believe it says, diversity creates a healthier atmosphere. And that's for all diversity, right? Like, we welcome diversity within our organization. So I think those are really key things to include if you're responsible for writing that job description or within talent acquisition, that you're covering and making sure that people feel inclusive when they're applying for positions at your organization.
And let's take a step back for a second, Tanya, and let me ask you, what's been your experience over the years in this space, in talent acquisition and DEIB, relevant to what we're talking about today?
Well, I've sat in both sides within DEI and then within talent acquisition, and I've really seen the transition to be more inclusive. And so I have a invisible disability myself, and when I have to apply for this, it's really hard for me to talk about. I don't really talk about it, and so I look for that in an organization, and so I feel now more than I did even 5 years ago that I'm more open of disclosing my disability than I have in the past. So I have seen an increase in awareness and openness to say, hey, we're here to help you and accommodate, because a lot of people that don't need to disclose their disability to have a job don't disclose it. And I highly recommend you do, if you have that comfortability, so you can have a comfortable work environment.
Share what you feel most comfortable with. Of course, you're Tanya, but how have you navigated, putting on your applicant side hat for a moment, how have you navigated what you do express about your disability? And also, how do you decide how much, depending on what the response might be at the right time, right?
At the right time. And I think that ties back into the whole talent acquisition process. So that experience you have from the beginning. I know some organizations use video interviewing, and people may not feel comfortable on video. And if there's a link there that they can reach out to say, hey, are you able to make accommodations for me where I don't need to record a video, or I can talk to someone live? Those are key things. So I think even having that comfortability from day one, and then being open with that recruiter from the beginning, because you also don't want to get yourself into a situation where you do, have a job, right? And then you're not able to get those accommodations. So really upfront about what your needs are. I know for our organization, we really, I would say, partner with our vocational rehab services across the nation. And we use them as consultants. They help our talent acquisition with wording, advise us on trending, and so we can be more open and flexible on that. And I found when I'm open from the very beginning, my experience has been better because they know what to do and how to accommodate with that.
I would think that there might be some concern, though. You're saying that the more open you are early in the process, you know where I'm sitting, right? I'm thinking, boy, but can you give them too much? You know, that because there's all these stereotypes and assumptions around the entire space, right?
And I think that we need to be advocates for ourselves. So I think part of that is education or not feeling comfortable having those conversations.
Yeah.
And so if we can lead that from our side of the desk, that I think that's really important. From me sitting in a DEI space now, I understand that a lot of people who don't have a disability or haven't worked in that environment may be uncomfortable with those conversations or asking for that. So one thing we've done in our organization is that we have office hours available. These are for hiring leaders. These are for our talent acquisition professionals to go in each week and talk to our accommodations team. So they have someone in the process or they have an employee that they're onboarding that they can get those questions asked that they may not be comfortable with. So we're really trying from an organization to open up that door and have that comfortability.
Oh, such good stuff. One of the questions I want to ask is, being a POC, is what are the similarities and dissimilarities, a compare and contrast? Because you just talked about those who are not living with a disability or don't believe they are, don't understand the language and the way to approach it. Are there any parallels or anything differences that you can help us through when we think about the way we talk about communities of color or POCs?
I think so. I think there's a great parallel to that. And same thing, just the understanding, using your community resources, research. If you have the opportunity within your organization to bring in additional resources, if you don't have them internally, just to talk about this is key. And I think we have really elevated all, right, from a diversity perspective of being able to talk about this more openly. And so there's parallels there and best practices on moving forward, especially within the recruiting and talent acquisition space.
And the reason why I bring that up is if going to the talent acquisition side of the equation, right? If an individual is not as well educated and steeped in understanding the disability community, can they draw from what they may know or learn from communities of color and candidates who are people of color, and trying to help them get over that bridge? Do you know what I mean?
Yes. And I think that bridge is sometimes with our unconscious biases, right? Because sometimes if you don't know, you avoid. And so we've really worked on really providing resources for our employees on unconscious biases.
Yes.
And looking at that from across all areas, right, of diversity, and then really inclusion. So I think we talk about these unconscious biases, but sometimes we miss that inclusion part. So we want to attract that diversity into our organizations. But when we get in there, what is our inclusion? So one thing we do for our hiring leaders, as well as we have an inclusive hiring guidelines and training that we provide to make sure that that is across the board for all of our diversity hires.
I've been following military families for the last 6 years and looking at disabilities, both seen and unseen. And I don't necessarily know the language around it, but I know the people. From a talent acquisition professional side, give me a tip about how to understand disabilities, both seen and unseen? What's the way to think about it?
Wow, that's a really good question. You know what? I think just being open, it's hard, but I think even in our recruiting for talent acquisition, we need to look for those qualities in those hires. And going back to even your experience with military, we actually have a military fellowship program here. And we focus on military with disabilities, and what it is transition. And so we work with our hiring leaders to understand how some of those skills translate into civilian skills, because again, it's unknown. Yes. And they may not know that. And so we have a team here. I could actually have my colleague, would be great to have on the call with me, but he focuses specifically on that, really working with our internal leaders to say, hey, this is some transferable skills. They may need additional support. And so we have mentor groups. So we bring them in as a fellow instead of putting them into a full-time job and doing that transition really quickly. So we do a fellowship program where they have some mentorship. They're able to transition those skills. We walk them through, and depending on what type of position it is, they could go from anywhere from a 10-week to a 12-month program in that transitional, and then we'd hire them onto a full-time role. So those are some things we're doing internally. We also have a disability internship program, very similar to the military, but more open to any disabilities. We again partner with our local vocational services to identify candidates for that program. And it's called the internship program, but it's really for people who may be re-entering the workforce, who are maybe transitioning work because of their disability. They may have to do some type of other work. So they were at the vocational learning additional skills. And so we actually have that as well. And again, doing those transferable skills is really helpful. So, and I know every organization doesn't have those resources available to them, but hopefully this will give them some ideas of maybe what they could do in addition to what they're doing now.
What would be, from your both personal experience and professional experience, the ways to think about physical disabilities and mental/emotional disabilities? Give us some thoughts around both of those buckets.
I think for the physical disabilities, so most organizations are set up for that because we can make those accommodations if they need a desk or to move from, one thing we do have is we have prioritized flexible work schedules. So with that, we have flex on location, or if you're on-site, remote, hybrid. And so that accommodates both of those, but I think more from the physical side, where someone wasn't able to come in to do to the office, they can do that. We just did a push on really on the mental health side of disabilities. I had an intern, and this is public information, so I'm not sharing anything proprietary, sure. But if you do go to the United Healthcare LinkedIn, you will see a video, and I'm in there with my intern who has PTSD. And how we made accommodations for her, and we actually worked with her to really feel comfortable in a full-time work setting, and then was able to hire into a full-time translator role. And so again, I think it's really that education, understanding that you're able to find and be able to work with any type of place, and we just need to find the right location and the right person.
Yeah, because the stereotypes and the misunderstandings about when it comes to mental and emotional disabilities is that it is all one side, like you're completely incapacitated 100% of the time. And it's like the 0 or 100%, right? And that's true of many in our disability community, that's the view, and that we have so much education culturally in seeing a video. Strangely enough, as simple as that is, it's a story, it's people, right? That you were in, Tanya, along with your intern, trying to show that we all live in very intersectional ways. And this is just one part of it. God, if you don't mind, I'm going to dig into some of these questions because they're coming in. Is that all right, Tanya? We'll just take them as we go. And I'll also ask you some questions in between.
Sure, great.
All right. Raquel says, has your disability ever caused you a problem in your position? And how did you address that?
It did, and I know Raquel, and she knows my disability. So I actually had lost my voice. I don't have a vocal cord. And so I wasn't able to speak. Mm. And I speak now all the time and in my roll call for that. And it was very difficult to make that transition. And I had to look for a role that I was able to accommodate that until I was able to rehab. And even now I have a role where I need to take breaks and not able to speak a lot. Mm. And so I feel that it was hard to disclose that because I felt like I wasn't going to be accepted as a candidate for a role because I needed to take breaks during the day for my voice. I may not be able to speak at some points, in time. But I wanted to work for an organization and for a leader who was accepting of that. So I had to be out of my comfort zone to share that information to make sure that I was getting the accommodations that I needed. And that was really hard. So anybody out there listening, that was an easy task. I'm willing to work with someone who needs to do that, who needs to do a transition or put talking points together to disclose accommodations that are needed. Thank
you for sharing that, Tanya. I want to go to TND MBAND. And this kind of harkens back to our earlier questions. What responsibility falls on the organization for educating employees and managers instead of looking to those with disabilities to be the ones spearheading the education initiative? And I was just thinking that because often, when I'm talking about stuff related to AEPIs, I have to be like the expert on it, which I'm not. And I think ND is saying the very same thing. What is the responsibility of an organization to educate employees and their forward or outward facing folks to understand the space versus the person living with a disability being the individual that has to, be the perfect spokesperson on it? Right, because I can see that's a lot to take on, to be the spokesperson for all disabilities, because I'm not that, right? So I again think it's a joint responsibility. I feel that everybody's unique in their role in this, and their accommodations needed, and their disability, and we all have stories. So I think telling your story also educates everybody. Mm-hmm. But then on the other side, the organizations also need to take that approach, like we talked about before, offering training, being open, saying like, hey, we're able to make accommodations for you. So I think it's a combination of both. And a part of that, what Steph is asking here is, how do you get candidates like yourself comfortable? You're just kind of describing that, where you can say, I would like to consider the discussion about accommodations, but let's go straight to it. What is the way that talent acquisition departments and activities can be more understanding to make it comfortable for a person living with a disability to enter into the conversation? Richard, I think that's a great question. And I'm just speaking in general here, but I think we're still learning that. I think we've come a long way, but I still think we have a long way to go. And again, it puts it back into that person with a disabilities lab to be educated on that, or educating everyone else on that. And so I feel that organizations are trying to do better and to be better. And that you want to work for someplace that's doing that. And so even doing a little bit of research on what they have out there, like we talked about at the beginning, on what do they do? What do they have on their job descriptions? Do they even have anything on their job descriptions about, accommodations or diversity or everyone's welcome here? I think those are key areas to start, and organizations need to start there, as well as just being out there and saying, hey, we want to talk to you. I'm no expert here, Tanya, but I would say live it, breathe it as an organization. Is it in your, do I see it when I look at what you do? Are the people held up high representing that space, right? Are they part of the conversations that we're having in every corner? And And sometimes you'll look at Marcom stuff and you'll go, well, like it says this, but I'm not seeing that, right? Picture's worth 1,000 words. I mean, these are baby steps, right, Tanya? These are baby steps.
Yes. And you're exactly right. And like I said, with even the video out with us sharing our story with my intern is a big step in the right direction that I think we need to do more of and we need to see more of. Exactly.
And it's not like we use the word normalization or mainstreaming. We have to be careful. I'm not saying that. That's not the words I'm using. I'm talking about, let's see them as part of the team, right? Okay, that's a whole different session here with Power to Fly, which we'll have on another time. Tune in. No, I'm joking. So give me a sentence or a word that as a talent acquisition professional, what I might be able to use to be more accommodating, to enter into that conversation in a comfortable way with a person living with a candidate living with a disability.
I think the language that we use during that process and some things that we've been able to do for coaching wise is that we recommend that the recruiters ask, is there anything additional that we need to do to make you successful in this role? Leaving that open to whatever they want to share. And then even at the next step, say you do get hired and you're having that initial conversation with your hiring leader, we ask the hiring leaders to ask, like, in addition to, say, technology or computer or, you know, here's what I have for you. Is there anything else that you need to be successful in this role? And so we're trying to have that open conversation to give them that opportunity to share what they need, what they want or need.
You know, one more bite at this apple. Is there a question in a job description or a word in a job description that you like to use to show that you are thinking of those candidates living with a disability?
That's a good question. I think there's multiple words. I would say if we're using, you know, focused right on these skills and the skills that are required for the job. I think that's a key thing. And as we talked about before, is that, you know, reasonable accommodations, diversity is welcome here, like seeing those type of things and them sticking to a very, you know, focused on the skills job is really helpful, where they give you the summary of their overall team, maybe the overall project, and then here's the basic skills we need to do this job. I think that's key.
I mean, could you even go as far as, and we're down to 2 minutes, could you even go as far as saying, we would absolutely like to, paraphrasing, we would encourage a discussion if you are a candidate living with a disability. Would you actually say something like that? I mean, that's a little non-job description-y stuff, but.
It is, and I have not seen that yet, but I would welcome that if I had my own company, not speaking for anybody else, but yes, you know, I think that, you know, diverse in thought and experiences is key. To making it, you know, the world successful. So yes.
All right. Then on the flip side, because when you put that in a job description, then your folks that are outward facing, they better be ready and they better be tuned up, as you might say. In the minute we got left, how do we get tuned up if we're a talent professional and we're trying to be ready for that conversation?
I think the first thing is listening. So make sure you're listening and not making assumptions. So they may say have a disability, and you know, you want to listen to what that is, what those accommodations are, ask key questions. That's the key. Have those conversations. Most companies have an accommodations team. Bring it to the accommodations team the information you have gathered, so you can make an overall, you know, good recommendation on what's needed instead of making assumptions or not say anything at all because you don't feel comfortable.
And you can also go to Power to Fly to get more updates and information about how to address this topic if you are a talent professional. And Tanya, thank you so much. I look forward to us being able to hang out again and dig more into this topic. And I really appreciate you sharing your personal journey along the way here with us, because I know that none of us have the right to that, but you gave us some of that. So thank you, Tanya.
Thank you. Have a great day. Thank you so
You
much.
too. Meg, back to you, my friend.
Thanks, Richard. All right, this is going to close us out for our second to last session today. We have another session that's going to get going here in just a moment, so I want to be quick. This is a pre-recorded session. So what's going to happen is once this session ends at 4 p.m. Eastern, this channel will close for the day. So I'm going to turn the stage over so that way we don't miss out on any part of the upcoming recording. This was a great conversation I got to have with Katerina Rivera, so you don't want to miss this, and I hope that y'all enjoy. Bye.